I'll make it up, I'll make it, I'll make it up, I'll make it up,
You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on August 13th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. And today we are returning to the Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine game. I see we've got Jonathan and Anna in the channel, and Purple Princess has joined us, and anyone else who's working. So this is going to be an interesting session for a bunch of reasons, but we're going to spend a little bit of time in the beginning talking about the history of Ellery Queen and of this game, and then talk about this specific case, which is a little odd. Now, I should say that I played this game a year and a half ago on this channel, which seems hard to believe that we've been doing it for this long. But I did play the first case in this Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine game. And talked about the history of Ellery Queen then, but it's been a year and a half, and I'm not sure anyone has seen that. So I'm going to do it again a little bit now. And my knowledge of this subject is fairly shallow. It's from Wikipedia and stuff, not through primary sources. But I think it is interesting. So let's look at what this game is. Let's look at what it looks like. Here's the base game, Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine game. And we're actually going to play a case from this expansion. There are two expansions for this game. One is called From the Casebook of Nick Velvet, and the other one is From the Casebook of Dan Fortune. Now, I'm going to explain who Nick Velvet is and Ellery Queen is now, and then we'll return to this. Okay, so what is Ellery Queen? It's actually a kind of convoluted answer. Ellery Queen was the detective in a 1929 short story written by two cousins from New York City, from Brooklyn. I've got their names here, Frederick Dene and Manfred Lee. Okay, so these two cousins, they write this murder mystery story in 1929. And their protagonist is a detective named Ellery Queen. He's sort of like a rich ne'er-do-well but is involved in helping solve crimes for his father, who's a detective. I think, as I understand it correctly, if I understand it correctly, the protagonist is Ellery Queen, and it's written as if he's writing about his solving of this case. If anyone knows more, they can chime in. Okay, so they write it, and they don't use their real names. They use the pseudonym Ellery Queen. So Ellery Queen's the star. He's the protagonist in this short story, and he's also the pretend author of this short story. That's 1929 or so. In the next 10 years, Ellery Queen becomes the most popular American detective. He's like the American version of Sherlock Holmes. And in the next 10, 15 years or so, dozens and dozens of short stories, then novels come out, movies get made of Ellery Queen, radio dramas get produced, television shows, so it becomes like a phenomena. Again, writing under the pseudonym of Ellery Queen, and this is in the heyday of the Fair Play mysteries. If you'll remember, we've talked about them a bunch when we read the crime dossiers, etc., which is the idea of a detective story where the audience gets to see all the evidence at the same time the detective sees it. Detective doesn't have access to information the audience doesn't. And then when you get to the end, you're challenged to try to solve the crime before you read the solution. Okay. Now in 1941 or so, these cousins team up with some magazine producers and they create a magazine that publishes short detective stories. That's the Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine. That magazine is still publishing till today, 1940 to 2022, and it became a very famous magazine, having writing contests, whatever. They got started. The Ellery Queen story was originally a submission to a writing contest, and they were publishing lots of detective mystery short stories. So that's where we get this. Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine. That was the name of the magazine. This came out in '86. It's clearly a ripoff or inspiration from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which was '81, '82. So several years later, they create this, published by Mayfair Games. You might remember Mayfair Games is a very famous board game company from Illinois that sold out to Asmodee in 2018. Now, the cases in this game, and this is directly inspired by Sherlock Holmes, same idea of paragraphs, but they threw in some new ideas. We'll talk about them. This case, this box has, let's just look and remind ourselves, I think 5 cases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 cases, all starring Ellery Queen. Okay? Brownlee and his partner, what was his partner's name? It's going to be in the basic rules. These people who created this, Bromley, one's Bromley and one's Brownlee, they're the founders of Mayfair Games. Okay. I think maybe they intended, well, I don't know about intend, but the base game came out in '86 with 5 cases, and then these 2 expansions came out that same year. So they clearly had these written about the same time. All right, we're going to go through the rules and talk about it a little bit. But I want to note that the base game had 5 cases starring Ellery Queen. I guess this is supposed to be Ellery Queen. The 2 expansions, though, starred other detectives created by other people, not the original cousins who did Ellery Queen, but they're people who had published in the magazine. So let's talk about who Nick Velvet was. Nick Velvet was created by a guy named Edward Hoke, and he's a thief. And it's sort of a light-hearted thief, but I guess his gimmick was that he had a $20,000 fee for stealing stuff, and he would steal stuff that had no value. I know from Wikipedia that like there's a case where he's stealing an old spider web and a rusty bookmark or something like that. So, and then in the course of doing the robbery, the stealing, he finds out and uncovers a mystery. So that's what this expansion is. And then Dan Fortune, the expansion, this one is quite easy to get. You can find this on eBay. Both of these games are on eBay quite a bit. They must have sold a lot of them and they're fairly cheap. The Dan Fortune expansion, which was a different detective, a one-armed detective, is much harder to find. Okay, so we're going to look at this expansion when we get started. But first we're going to dive a little bit into this game. We'll talk about the differences between this and Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and go over the general rules. Before we do, though, let's check in with the channel, see if anyone has anything else to talk about. Matthew Eagle is here as well. Okay, we got a bunch of people. It's interesting that, Gen Con just finished. I went to Gen Con, and now all of the videos are hitting YouTube of all the big content creators rushing out to review and play their latest Gen Con games while they're hot, while everyone's interested. And here we are back from Gen Con playing a 1986 game that no one cares about, but we do. Okay. Anything else in the channel? Anyone watch any good movies, TV? I'm about to rewatch. I can't remember what I watched. I watched Eastern Promises, which was Viggo Morgan. I can't remember his last name. Morganson. Anyway, Eastern Promises was a Russian mafia movie, which was not bad. Has a weird ending. But I am going to rewatch Riders of Justice, which is a great movie and I would recommend. I wonder if anyone has yet seen the movie I recommended last time, the low-budget movie that I was reminded of by Jonathan's Images movie, which was They Look Like People. I'm be curious to hear what you guys think of that one if you do watch it. Anything to talk about in the channel? Somewhere in this video, we're going to have a candy tasting. So I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, my wife and I, and we did a 5-hour bike ride. And we ended up in Tuscola, which is a nearby town. And they make their own chocolate. And I got a bunch of chocolate. We will open that up and eat that, have a little taste testing. Not sure why you would care about that. Why would you care about watching someone eat? We do. Our brains work. We see someone eating. We can imagine it. Jonathan says, I did finally see Crimes of the Future. Not my favorite film from that director. Who's the director? It's the famous horror director guy who's hasn't been directing anything for 10 years and came back with Crimes of the Future. Yeah, I did not like Crimes of the Future. But it's the same guy who did Eastern Promises, which is kind of odd. What's his name? He's famous. David Cronenberg, that's right. Okay, while we're waiting for the channel people to chime in, let's open this up. Let's take a look at Ellery Queen. If you're interested in this game, you could go watch my 2021 video. But I think we may play some more of these this week because what we're playing today is very odd. It's not even on a proper map. And sort of, to me, the whole appeal of this Ellery Queen is that it's set in New York City, but not today's case. But let's just open up and look at it. So the game comes with basic and advanced rules, which is not really, they really didn't spend much time on rules in these days. You'll see these advanced rules aren't really advanced rules. But the basic rules are not really, well, I guess they're a bit of rules. But let's talk about the differences between this and Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. So there's a map, It's actually this puzzle piece hard cardboard map. On one side is New York City. You just assemble it. You would assemble it and you get your map of New York City. We don't need that. And on the other side is a made-up fictional little small town. So half the cases are set in New York City, in Manhattan, and half of them are set in a small little fictional town. But we won't be using those this game. And then the other thing you do is you pick detectives. So in this game you actually choose detectives. You cut them out from this cardstock paper. One of them is Ellery Queen himself. Tells you a little bit about him, some stats that are all irrelevant to the game, just background. But then it does give you, for each detective, some contacts they have at specific locations and then areas of expertise. So the different detectives have different areas of expertise and different specific contacts. That actually has a small role in the game. We'll talk about that in a second. But we're not going to be using any of these with the expansion. And then the game tells you that, similar to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you'll read the introduction, and then you'll take turns. If you're doing it cooperatively, you play like normal Sherlock Holmes, although there are some competitive rules. We'll look at that in a second. Now, looking up clues in this is convoluted. It's a two-step process. It's very odd that it's a two-step process. They don't really talk about why there's a two-step process, but it looks like maybe it's to hide information. So when you first look at the chart, you don't know, you can't see that there isn't an entry for a clue. Only when you do your secondary lookup do you figure it out, but it does make it a little more work. Then there are a couple other mechanics that you don't see in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective games. One is, at least in the New York side of the map, there's a little bit of a mechanic where if you want to move between neighborhoods, that takes you a turn. So on your turn, you get two actions. You can look up a clue in your neighborhood, or you could travel to an adjacent neighborhood. If you stay in the same neighborhood, you can look up two clues on your turn. When you're playing it solo, it doesn't really matter, although it might in a weird way, but it's not going to be relevant for our case. So there's that, and certainly if you were playing it competitively, that would come into play. And the other thing that's a little odd is that they tried to do a little bit of timed events in this game. So in most of the cases, it's important to track what turn you're on, and at certain turns, something will happen. You'll be directed to read something, or when you go to certain places, if it's past turn 5, you read one thing. If it's before it, you read another. So there's a little bit of issue of you have to be careful, things could happen. And I'm not sure they say, there's some area where they describe their thematic description of that. I'm not sure where though, but you get the idea. When you're ready to solve it, you just read the solution. And then there's this section on expertise and context. Basically, when you go read a clue, it'll say, hey, if you go to the bank and you talk to the teller, if you're an expert, if you have an expertise in banking, then you get some extra information. It's a little bit similar to this play by mail we've been doing recently, where if you send the right person to the right place, you get a little bit better information. And the way I did it, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, when I played it a year and a half ago, I picked 2 detectives. So that's what I think we'll do this time. We'll pick 2 detectives. That'll just be our list of contacts and expertise. And if we read something that has those, then we'll get the extra information. Okay. And then the advanced rules is actually just a little bit of advanced rules about how to play competitively. Basically, you can block people from reading a clue. It's kind of annoying. So this is the advanced rules. And then the rest of this pamphlet is how to write your own mystery. It's got advice on how to write a mystery and some sample locations, and then sample locations in New York City and sample locations in this fictional thing, and then a reminder of what areas might require certain expertise. So pretty cool, though, that they went to the trouble to give you a little guide to it. All right. So those are the rules. We looked at the characters. There's the casebook. Here is the secondary clue index. Well, let me just leave this here. So basically, if you're playing a case, you go somewhere, you look it up in this. This gives you a number, which you then look up here to tell you what paragraph to read. And then you can see most of the paragraphs are straightforward. These are all little exceptions. There's exceptions in general, and there's some tiny, tiny, almost impossible to read footnotes, which you would read down here for specific cases, because everything is blended. All of the cases are in one chart here. It's awkward. And then there's some errata here, and it's errata that's a little ambiguous. And some of the notations here are confusing, but we'll go over that when we see it. But again, this is for the base set. We won't be actually using this. And you can see, just as an example though, here are the timed clues that happen at certain times, at certain turns. Events occur. Pretty cool. All right. So that's well, there's one more thing to show you. So these little pawns, which are just generic pawns, they would be used to help you keep track of where you are on the map, but also what turn you're on using this thing. We're not going to take up all the table space for that. I've just got a little thing here that we will use to keep track of turn. Please remind me if you see that I didn't advance one of these for a time. Okay, so there's one more thing to show you from this base set. Remember, I think we're going to I think we should play a base game set in New York City this week in a day or two. But the next thing I want to show you is actually one of the coolest parts about this game. So that's what you need to play the game, the map and this. But in addition, this game came with these two booklets. And this one is thick. All right, so the Bromley Station, remember, this is the other side of the board for half the cases, half of the 5 cases. The expansion cases sometimes use this as well. And this looks like what we're used to in Sherlock Holmes. First of all, these are people involved in creating this game, but pretending to be members of this town. A little background story about Bromley Station, and then basically a directory here. Places, the addresses, and advertisements. So this is very similar to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Directory. This is just telling you what's on the map if you played with this map. Okay, so we're used to this, but you can see they put some real effort into this. And then, in addition to this town, there's also a mansion here. A little bit reminiscent of the Mansion Murders mansion in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Little map of the place. Okay, so lots of writing got done for this, just to give you flavor and stuff. Now, this one is where it gets really interesting. This big document is not a big directory of New York City. What is it? It's basically a tourist guide, a real tourist guide to New York City. It's got sections for each neighborhood in Manhattan. Wall Street. This is real like what you would read in a little tourist guide. And then some points of interest of places you might go in that neighborhood. And you can see it shows you where the neighborhood is in the map of Manhattan, the island of Manhattan. Describes the neighborhood and then some useful places. There's Chinatown. For example, if we go to where I grew up, Lower Broadway in Soho. It's got the Broome Street Bar, the Soho Repertory Theater. These were all real places, and you can read a little bit about them. Greenwich Village, East Village, Chelsea. So these are all neighborhoods of Manhattan. I mean, it's quite remarkable what they've written here for so few cases. And most of it has nothing to do with playing the game. It's just giving you a flavor of New York City. So Midtown, where is the Empire State Building? Maybe Empire State Building is a little bit lower than Midtown. 30 something. Guess we've passed it somewhere. Theater District, Lower West Side, Central Park. And then a little bit of a directory feeling of Yellow Pages. So famous hotels, libraries, and where they are. So pretty remarkable document this is. It's a shame it didn't get used that much. All right. So there's based Ellery Queen with its maps and directory. Now, Nick Velvet expansion. So we've got a new set of characters we can play. We're going to choose, I think, 2 from here. Here is Nick Velvet himself. Looks a little different here than he does here. A little more suave and debonair here. A little more arch here. We'll go over those and play them. Here's the clue index where we do our final lookup before we read a clue. We'll put this aside. And then we've got the cases. No instructions. It just assumes that you have the base case and know how to do it. Now, I do want you to look at this. This is our last bit of sort of history criteria. The author of this expansion is Jody Lynn Nye. Now, Jody Lynn Nye actually is responsible for a bunch of the base game cases. You can see the base game cases were written by different people. William Fawcett did the first one, then Jody Lynn Nye did the second one, and then Jody Lynn Nye did the 4th and 5th one. So she wrote the majority of cases in this book, and then she wrote all of the cases in this expansion. How many are there? 4 or 5? 4 in this expansion. Now, who is Jody Lynn Nye? Jody Lynn Nye is a famous sci-fi writer. She wrote, I believe this is where she got her start. I believe this is some of her earliest published writing. I know she made some choose your own adventure branching game books for some sci-fi novels. The Dragon Riders of Pern, I believe, is the most famous one. But she's a real accomplished sci-fi writer in her own right. Okay. Of these 4 cases, let's just quickly look. The theft of the sugar packet takes place on the New York map. So we would get out the base game New York map to play that one. Exclusive Club, also in New York. Theft of the False Bottom, also in New York. But the train game rules, the theft of the train game rules, which is what we're playing today, sort of anticlimactically, is not set on the New York map. It's actually got its own map. We're playing in a train. Now, that's going to give us, I'm curious. I feel like I want to play a game on a train. But you have to realize there are real compromises here because There's no more of this thematic feeling of traveling around New York City. There's no possibility for sort of getting those clues where you're like, I don't know where to go. Maybe we should go to the doctor's office that's nearby the crime scene to see if someone bought some drugs there. Like, this is all right here. We're just going to be walking through this train to different compartments to talking to people. So it's going to have a very different feel. And I assume it's going to have mostly a feel of talking to people. But I think it will be interesting it'll be different. And we've been playing these play-by-mail games where we're around this map, so I think this will be a nice change of pace. But I am a little bit missing traveling around New York City, which is partly why I think maybe we'll play a traditional Ellery Queen game this week. All right. So maybe what we'll do now is we'll read the introduction together. Then we'll choose our detectives. And then at that point, if you think you want to play this on your own, remember this will be full of spoilers. You can only do this once. If you feel like you want to play it on your own and not play it with me here live, that would be a time to tune out. But I think it's probably time for us to read the rules, but let's just spend a little bit of time to see if there's anything more in the chat. It's been a half an hour. We're almost ready to get started. Jonathan, we're talking about David Cronenberg still says, I enjoy his films when there's more action. This ended a little too subdued. Everything about Crimes of the Future was unpleasant for me. It just felt ugly, undeveloped, there for the gross out factor. Like, nothing about it was good. Other than it was clearly done by someone with a vision. And I always appreciate that, but did not like it. Drunk Tiger is here, says, sounds like Murder on the Orient Express. Yes, it does kind of sound like it's going to have a little Agatha Christie Murder on the Orient Express feel. By the way, there is an Ellery Queen VCR game. There are a bunch of Agatha Christie VCR games. If you're sort of curious about those kind of games, you could even pick up one of those. The VCR games are very hit and miss, but they're quite cool. They're better now, being able to have a chance to look back 40 years. Just the campiness of these VCR games is quite entertaining in and of itself. Typically, these games are like lots of things are happening on the screen, and you're trying to remember who said what, when, did anyone say anything weird. And they all try to have a little gaminess in what cards people have, tell them to look for certain things or whatever. Maybe we'll play one of those one of these days. You generally don't need a VCR anymore. There are some good YouTube channels that has digitized the audio tapes and the VCR or VHS tapes, so you could do it. If you buy the material, you can watch the stuff on YouTube rather than needing a VCR. All right, shall we get started? Anyone else in the channel want to talk about a movie or TV show that they've seen? Anything they want to recommend? Anything we didn't talk about historically for Ellery Queen that we should have? I made myself a nice cup of coffee and added cream right before I started, and the cream was off. So now I'm drinking this coffee soda by La Croix that I highly recommend. Coffee Exotica it's called. It's clear, and it doesn't taste like coffee. It says essence of Sumatra coffee and cola. And it's got a kind of weird soury cola coffee taste, but I recommend it. All right, Jonathan says he's ready. All right, let's get started here then. Nick was almost entirely unable to hear what was being said 3 rows up from his seat in the club car, though he had no trouble hearing what his seatmate was saying. and he was nearly unaware of the chattering of the wheels on the track underneath him as they passed through the waterlogged countryside. Living as he did in New York City, he simply hadn't realized the extent of the damage of the recent flooding rains had done to the rest of the state. The train crossed over a river, making no more and no less noise than it did passing over dry land. Such were the sophisticated acoustics of modern trains. What his seatmate was telling him was also very interesting. "Just 3 sheets of paper, Mr. Velvet. Worthless pieces of paper to everyone in the world, including their owner, but absolutely vital to me." "I realize I'm splitting hairs, Mr. Fieldcrest, but it's the way I keep out of jail. How are they worthless and yet vital?" "Well, it isn't the only copy of the game rules outside of the designer's home. Don Beekman has them on a disk for his personal computer, and I assume he has more than one hard copy. This is the only printed out copy available, and I need it to save my company." "How so?" "Well, we, Playfair Games, commissioned Beekman to design a game called Riding the Rails. He agreed to do it." So, obviously a play on Mayfair Games, and I believe one of Mayfair Games' first games was a railroad game of some sort. I don't know if it was called Riding the Rails or something else. "He agreed to do it. He loves trains, and we've paid him an exorbitant sum in advance. A mistake, let me tell you. He's a prize ditherer, but he's good. He's the best. If he doesn't drive you crazy, his designs will make you rich." "Sounds promising," Nick said. "It is, from what he's let us see of it, but we can't wait any longer. It's come down to produce or go under. I know about you from Howie Dash, my banker, also my friend. I brought your fee with me in cash." Let's see if it really is 20,000. "I also got you on this exclusive train for this silly game in spite of having to wangle an invitation. If anyone asks, you're a reporter. They expect that from reporters. I persuaded Don to talk about the game to the press. It was the best way I could think of to persuade Beekman to bring the rules along. He won't bring them to my office." I understand. "Good. Now, here's a diagram of the sleeping cars. Beekman has a big compartment just behind the conductor station in car 1. See the diagram. I'm across from him. You're in the compartment next to me. Carl Bomberg from Time and Space Rules is on the other side of you. Time and Space is our biggest competitor. Carl is as much on a train buff as Beekman. They're friendly enemies, all in good fun, right? Across from you is Wallace Baroque of Providence Games. They're the sponsors of the murder game we'll be playing on the train. Next to him is his assistant, Jill Campbell. Everyone else is, as you see, financiers. PR, press, manufacturers, friends of all 3 companies. Are you going to introduce me to Beekman, or should I introduce myself? I'll take care of that. He loves to talk to reporters. Just do me a favor. If he says anything stupid, don't print it. But we're not a real reporter. Oh, of course not, Nick grinned, following Fieldcrest out of the car. They made their way up the aisle of the swaying train through the 2 first-class sleeping cars towards the compartment with the card labeled Beekman on the door. As they passed the compartment designated Bomberg, the door slid open. Okay, as we passed the compartment labeled Bomberg, the door slid open. "Bobby," called the cabin's inhabitant. Just Bob, said Fieldcrest with a long-suffering expansion. Nick Velvet, I want you to meet Carl Bomberg, Time and Space Rules. Far out, chuckled Bomberg. How do you do? Do you have your murder weapon and victim for the game yet? I've got mine. Conductor is handing them out. Get them before all the good ones are gone. All different, all equally fun. All right, so they're playing a little murder mystery game on this train. Very meta, this game is. Nick here writes for Game World, Fieldcrest continued. I want him to interview Beekman for the next issue. I don't think he's here, says Bomberg. I just knocked. He was bragging about getting into the engine compartment a while ago. I'll bet he's up there driving the engineers nuts. Thanks, Carl. Catch you later for a drink, okay? Oh, if you're buying. Then the door slid shut. A real jerk, right? Fieldcrest said, moving over to Beekman's door. Ignore him. Don, you in there? Don, I got a nice reporter for you to talk to. He pounded on the wall. Maybe he's asleep. Or up near the engine, said Nick. Do you want me to try for the rules now? Oh, he's saying, do you want me to break in and steal the rules for you right now? Good idea. Fieldcrest gently turned the handle and pushed the door open. Before he comes back. He slipped into the compartment and almost immediately backed straight out. Oh my God, he is in there. He's been strangled. Over the protests of the passengers, who complained that they didn't want to be stranded in the middle of nowhere, the train was halted and pulled off the main track onto a siding, literally out of sight of any human habitation. The conductor and his assistants radioed for help and set guards at both ends of the train to make sure no one got on or off without being spotted. The state police radioed back that they were up to their ears in emergencies because of the weather, and it would be as much as 3 hours before they could send aid. Since the train had food and water and there were no medical emergencies, they were requested to do the best they could. Dr. Frederick Tallow, a passenger and a guest of Harbor Games, examined the body and told the police he would issue a certificate of death based on the examination. The 18 passengers wandered aimlessly in and out of the club car. A seal, made unimpressively from an Ameritrain sticker and masking tape, held the door to Beekman's cabin shut until the police could arrive and take charge. Nick sat with Bob Fieldcrest in the farthest set of matched recliners in the club car, watching. That's the end, Fieldcrest groaned. When the police get here, they'll take everything in that cabin and impound it, and I'll never get the rules. My company will be ruined. Oh, not necessarily, said Nick. What? You're still willing to help? Well, someone on this train decided to start the murder game early. The least we can do is help solve the mystery before the police do. Well, what can I do? Who might have killed Beekman? And would that person have any interest in the same thing you are? Maybe if he was Carl Bomberg, but I can't see him murdering. His last 3 games were flops. Time and Space keeps him on because he's one of the old boys. Thad Johnson hated him. I know. When we fired Johnson for cause, understand, we hired Beekman full time. He's always said it was Don's fault. And Mike Daniels. Don and Mike have had a few fistfights and dozens of arguments. I didn't know he'd be on this train, or I would have tried to keep Mike off. I'm not even sure about the origin of their beef. I think it has to do with Mike's wife. Pat Lloyd owes Don a lot of money. That's all I can think of. Well, it'll do for a start, Nick said. So we're asked, who strangled Don Beekman? Why was he killed? Where are the papers? I guess the game rules they're asking. And who took them? So that's our mystery. Who strangled him? Why? Where are the game rules? And who took them? All right. And we're told about a bunch of people. We're going to write on this. It's cheap enough. We don't really care. We're hired by Mr. Fieldcrest of Playfair Games. The game rules we're trying to find are called Riding the Rails. That's the game that our person designed. Don Beekman, that's the person that was strangled that we've been looking for. He gives us a layout of the train and where people are. Carl Bomberg from Time and Space Rules is on the other side of you. He says, okay, here's the diagram, which is here. And we can mark this, but let's see, we've got a little key where people are right here. So let's see. Nick Velvet is at 6. So this is us. Right? Fieldcrest, our guy who's hired us, is here. Beekman, who we were trying to steal the rules from, was here. That's the dead body. Carl Bomberg, 8, was here. Let's look at the rest of the layout, he tells us. Okay. He says, they're all friendly enemies. Across from you is Wallace Baroque of Providence Games. So it costs from us here at 9. No, that's not right. Baroque is here. Okay, I see across the way here, not across. Oh, this is a different train. Different, whatever you call the different car. So here's one car, here's another car. Okay, so here's the the engine compartment, and then comes, which is here. Here is here. So this is one, this is one, and then it goes here to the cabooses here. This is 24 is going to be the club car, right? This is our club car. Right here. Okay. So we're told who lives in, we've got a key. Okay, there's our engine, bathroom, then our people here, 5 Baroque, this is a guy who works for another company, then there's us. Which one is Campbell? Jill Campbell is his assistant, okay. And then this guy thinks that our guy Beekman went to the engine to bother people, maybe. Okay. Then we find him dead. Dr. Frederick Tallow, a passenger and a guest of Harbor Games. So let's see, where's the doctor? So 17 is the Dr. Tallow. That's where his car was. Everyone's milling around in the club car now. And then we say, who might have killed him? He gives us a couple of suspects. Thad Johnson hated him because we fired Johnson and he blamed, and then we hired Beekman. He always blamed Don Beekman. Then there's Mike Daniels. They've had a few fights, dozens of arguments. Had to do with Mike's wife. And then there's Pat Lloyd, owes Don a lot of money. All right, so who are the people we don't know on this train? We know this guy, Baroque. He's a member of the other company. We know Jill Campbell is the assistant of this guy. So we know everyone in this car. Here we've got Bomberg, Then we got Werner Sanders, conductor's compartment. Here. Where's 11? Conductor's compartment is 11, but I don't see it. Oh, here. Okay, there's the conductor's compartment. 12 is Addison. I don't think we know who that is. Eagles is in 14. Are these games? Have I missed? I just like to identify who's in each of these rooms if we know them. Call the police. Police are busy. Where are we told everyone's in the club room? "18 passengers wandered aimlessly in and out of the club car. Then they seal the door." Okay, so there's a bunch of people we don't know at this point. They're just other passengers on the train. All right. Well, there we are. There's our introduction. There's our case of people we know. Maybe I'll continue. I'll just fill out the people that we know. If we know them, if we know what the, if we've heard about them in our intro, I'll pencil them in. I believe that's it. Although we're told about Daniels was the banker. Maybe that's Daniels the banker on the train. Oh no, that was Howie Dash, my banker. Is there anyone else that we got mentioned by name that I've forgotten to annotate somewhere? Oh yeah, there's Mike Daniels. Okay, so Mike Daniels is at 19. These are people that have fought with our guy, Mike Daniels. And then Pat Lloyd owes him lots of money. That's 20. Pat Lloyd. Okay, so let's see. Beckman, we got Fieldcrest, we know. Baroque, we know. Velvet, we know. Joe Campbell, the assistant, we know. Carl Bomberg, we know. We know Mike Daniels. We know Pat Lloyd. Anyone else get mentioned? Thad Johnson, hated him. Is he on the train too? Yes, 21. Thad Johnson. Let's see if the channel has found anyone I missed. Frederick Tallow, he's the doctor. Mike Daniels' wife, but I don't think she's got a separate car. All right. I think that's everyone we know. I've marked them if we already know them, if we've already heard about them in the introduction here. So everyone I haven't marked are either people that we don't know anything about, or their bathrooms or compartments, or there's someone I overlooked. All right, so I think what we do now is we take our 8-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll decide where we're going to go. But let's actually read this first here. It says, play this mystery using the map of the train. Before you begin, take turns tossing a coin. The first player to toss 2 heads will have interrogation expertise at clue location 9. Don't know why. And then someone else will know the character in turn 8, which we don't know anything about, but this is a timed event at turn 8. Turn 8, we read number 15. And then begin the game at number 24. It wants us to begin the game at a location, but it doesn't tell us whether we should be using this rule of, it sounds like it almost wants us to use the rule of, if you go to a place in the same neighborhood, you can do 2 in a turn. And the reason that might be important is for this event. So it's not clear to me whether we should be like, if we go to 2 places here, should we tick that by as 1 turn or 2? We are going to play with 2 detectives. It's not critical that we keep too close track of turns. It's just a matter of, is this event going to happen before or after we're ready for it? So we may just fudge that and just trigger that around turn 8. John says, do you want to choose detectives first? Yes. Okay, let's do that. Let's look at it. All right, so now that we know the case, let's choose our 2 detectives. We're not going to keep track of where they are separately. We're just going to take 2 with us. The only thing these do is give us some expertise and context. They have no other value. We could take all 6 if we wanted to read everything, but that seems overkill. All right, so I think we've got to take Nick Velvet. So that one's, I think, a done deal. Let's read Nick Velvet. Nick Velvet might well be called a man for all seasons. He's handsome, debonair, intelligent, and wily. Nick Velvet makes his living stealing for other people. He seems at home in such diverse surroundings as a circus where he once stole a tiger, or a museum where he pinched a stained glass window. He does not stoop to filching the commonplace. Nick's interests seem to lie in the sport of perpetrating the theft, to say nothing of the $20,000 fee he charges clients. If along the way he learns a little more about his clients than they might wish, so much the better. Okay, so he's 32 years old, he's 6 foot tall, 172. He's got contacts in New York, which won't be relevant to us because we're on the train. Contacts in Bromley Station, again, irrelevant. But his areas of expertise are banking, cuisine, and military. Okay, so we're taking Nick Velvet. We would try to take someone with different areas of expertise. Maybe areas of expertise relevant to this case. So if we happen to have someone who's good at gaming. All right, let's see who we've got here. We've got this guy, Father Thomas Hurley. He's good at commerce, diplomacy, and education. We've got this woman here, Barbara Boynton. She's good at government, music, and theater. Maybe theater would be good. She's a science major at Rockefeller University, a mother of 3 and a homemaker. We've got Henry Sowell, native of Bromley Station, well known for a gardening show he hosts on public television. He's good at agriculture, chemistry, and medicine. Well, medicine could be useful for us, although if he was strangled, it's not really a medicine case. Okay, this person here is Janice Sowell. Oh, look, these 2 are married, I guess. So Janice Sowell, Nee Becker, native of Boston. High school, she displayed a devotion to the theater. So she's good at art, communications, and finance. And then we've got this little punk guy. That's Philip Darling II, the son of chemical engineer and a homemaker. He early took to writing poetry. By the age of 17, Phil's work was published in a couple of avant-garde quarterlies. His area of expertise is fashion, history, natural history, and publishing. So no one's an expert in board games. We've got an expert in commerce, diplomacy, and education. That seems like it could come in handy, but he doesn't seem like the guy I'd want to travel around with. So I'm leaning towards Barbara Boynton, who's got some expertise in theater and music. It's not, it doesn't immediately seem any of it relevant to us. What do you guys think? Who would you like to take with us for flavor? This is going to be the most minor of impact on our game. This does not really make a difference. Jonathan says, unless publishing would cross over with board game publishing, then Philip. So Jonathan says, let's take this guy. If publishing would cross over. Yeah, well, publishing could cross over. Concerning Phil's appearance, some people refuse to take him seriously. Some people are shocked. In either case, people answer his questions before they know what hit him. All right. Well, what's it going to be? Barbara Boynton, Philip Darling, Janice Sewell, or Henry Sewell, or Father Thomas Hurley. This guy doesn't look like he'd be fun to travel on a train with, so I say we skip him. Anna says, I'm okay with Philip or Barbara. Jonathan says, I'm good with Barbara as well, if that's who you'd prefer. I don't really care. I could take Philip. It makes sense, publishing. I mean, medical could make sense, publishing. Barbara does not seem like she's got much expertise to help us. Music and theater. Unless she would be able to tell when someone's lying. Publishing, Philip might know a little bit about publishing. Let's see, if we're going to take someone later. Let's take Barbara. I don't think any of these people are going to be very... Oh, Jonathan says Philip. I was going to say, like, Philip looks like he might be useful if we go to New York City. He's got some good contacts in New York City that I would want to go. So let's take Barbara today, because I think I'll want to take Philip when we actually travel to New York City. And on the train, I think Barbara will blend in her acting. And they seem like a good pair. Sort of. All right, so we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll actually start knocking on doors on this train and see what people saw and what their alibis are. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back and we are playing Nick Velvet, the Nick Velvet expansion for Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine game. This is the Theft of the Train game rules. We've picked our two detectives to take with us, Nick Velvet and Barbara Boynton. They are really not they don't really do anything except for their areas of expertise. And then we should make note, the game says, this would be if you were playing multiple players, you would have to care about this. We don't. We just need to remember that we'll have interrogation expertise at clue location 9 and a contact whenever we go in turn number 8. We're going to know this person who's going to show up. Begin the game at location 24. So I suppose if we're reading this right, that we could take 2 investigations in every train car for every turn. That's how we should think about it. Or actually, it's actually more confusing than that. If you were playing 2 players, each player would go before the next turn. So you could actually go to 4 places. I don't know if I think we're just going to play it a little fast and loose with the turn number. But it won't be after 8 lookups, after 8 clues, we do this. We're gonna go a little longer before we trigger this event. I did during the break make cards for each person. It wouldn't be surprising if, for each person mentioned, it wouldn't be surprising if this game doesn't come down to each, different people providing timeline alibis for each other, and we have to sort of solve a logic puzzle, constraint puzzle to figure out who did it. Okay, checking in with the channel, Jonathan points out something I even completely neglected to mention was no newspapers in Ellery Queen game. Yeah, no newspapers at all. And Matthew is saying that Matthew actually posted to the Forum Guild on Board Game Geek for this channel. That's a good opportunity to remind people, if you're watching this and you want to help decide what games we play, you can find a link in the community tab on YouTube to the Board Game Geek Guild, which is basically just a dedicated forum section for this channel, and you can talk with us there. There's also a Discord channel that I just hang out in if you just want to chat, talk about games, make recommendations for other channels, etc. All right, I think we're ready to go. We're in the club car. So I think maybe we should start out just looking around the club car and seeing what we see, right? That's where we are. We'd have to move to go somewhere else. So let's do that, and let's learn how to look up clues in Ellery Queen, since it's a bit convoluted. So we're here in the club car. That's where we start. Let's look around the club car. Okay, so this is location 24. Remember, if you were playing in New York City, there would be a map with 200 locations. Here, there's only the 24. So we look up in this chart here, we look up the 24. That's the white number. So there's 24. This gives us a new number, 27. Now we look up the 27 here, and it tells us what paragraph to read. So in this case, we're going 27 and then 33. So we went 24 to 27 to 33. If you get an NC, that means there's no clue there. And these are just other numbers. So you can see it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10 through 24, and then 25, and so on. So these you would look at, these are more involved. It's a weird scenario. They're all part of the same table. So if we're told to look up clue 10, then we would do this little conditional. But we're not, we're just going right to 33. I'm just gonna mark it here, and we're gonna read 33 together. And I will try to hide some stuff so you don't see stuff you shouldn't. All right, here we go. As Nick walked up the aisle to the bar, he noticed something out of the corner of one eye. He bent to examine an object that had been carelessly thrown or left under one of the chairs. It was a heavy silk cord, the sort used for tying curtains back. Since it was new, Nick had no trouble seeing where knots had been tied and then untied, and where a clear liquid had marked the strands and then dried. He sat down with the cord draped over his hand, sure he was holding the murder weapon, but who had left it here? Seated at the bar, looking deeply into something tall, frothy, and colorful, was Kara McAfee. She seemed to be lost in thought. Behind her, at one of the tables, Nelson Saracenian, the fanzine editor, was eating a sandwich, listening to Arthur Clearwater and Brianna Harcourt, who were, it seems, having a friendly disagreement. Saracenian caught a glimpse of Nick over Clearwater's shoulder and beckoned for him to come over. He says, "Hey, fellow member of the press, we were just arguing about whether advanced advertisement of a product hurts or helps it. Want to join in?" No thanks," Nick said, hoping he didn't sound too curt. He nodded to the others, tucking the cord discreetly into his pocket. "Have you seen the doctor?" "Feeling under the weather?" Saracenian asked in a friendly tone. "There's been a parade through here, but I don't think he came in. The organizers have been in 5 times to apologize." "I'll check his cabin," Nick smiled again, turning away. Okay, so we were introduced to a bunch of people hanging out in the club car. Clara McAfee. Behind her was Nelson Saracenian. They're listening to Arthur Clearwater and Brianna Harcourt. They're having a disagreement over whether advanced advertisement. Okay, and then we asked for the doctor, and I don't think he came in. So he hasn't been, the doctor hasn't been in. Okay, so let's add these new people. Whether, this game really needs this kind of detailed notes, I couldn't tell you. Or whether it would be better to just play it and not worry about taking notes. We don't know what kind of difficulty this is, but I'm going to write down these people. We'll treat it seriously until we learn otherwise, until we have reason to believe otherwise. Saracenian. Arthur Clearwater. And Brianna Harcourt. Okay, are we told who these people are, these 4 people? They're all hanging out talking. Fellow member of the press. Saracenian, Saracenian must be a fellow member of press. Fellow member of press, at least him, maybe the others too. And then we might want to note that the doctor has not been to the club car, and we'll just write that down. We learned that in number 33. Let's see where these people are on the train. So let's see if you can see this okay. All right, so Saracenian we just met up with. McAfee we just met up with. Arthur Clearwater we just met up with. And Harcourt we just met up with. So they may all be press people. So maybe we'll just put 33. I'll just put a note like press, question mark, press, question mark, press, question mark. Okay. count that. We'll just keep track of the clues we looked at, but we're not going to treat them as strict turns. Okay, so Drunk Tiger says, we're told to go directly to number 24. Now we're told to go to the doctor. Are we told? We aren't told to go to the doctor necessarily. We just say, have you seen the doctor? But yes, he's looking for the doctor. Now, oh, I guess we should write this down. We should write down the murder weapon we found, right? So let's see. Murder weapon, we think. This is at 33. So what did we find? We found a heavy silk cord, right? Almost forgot to write down that we found this heavy silk cord. Is thrown or left under chair. Okay, left under chair. It's got knots. It looks like it's used to tie curtains back. So we might want to look for someone's room that's missing a cord, right? If they if they unknotted it from their curtains and used it. And then the really weird part, right, was clear liquid marked the strands and dried. What's that about? So clear liquid dried on strands. Is it his spittle from his mouth? How do you read that? All right, so the guy who hires us is Bob Fieldcrest. He's the guy who needs the rules. Jonathan says, would the organizer be Fieldcrest or Mr. Baroque? Across from you is Wallace Baroque of Providence Games. They're the sponsors of the murder game we'll be playing on the train. So Baroque is the organizer of the murder game, the murder mystery game we're playing on the train. And our guy Fieldcrest needs these rules because because why? Why does he need the rules? Because the company will go bankrupt if they don't publish this game. But why is this guy not giving it to them? That was a little weird. He's saying they're not important because this guy's got copies of them, but we need them. We can't wait any longer. It's time, they need to produce it. So this guy is like the game designer is slow in producing them, but if they can get the rules, they can start producing the game early, I guess. Okay. In spite of having to wangle an invitation, I also got you on this exclusive train for this silly game. Okay. I think that answers Jonathan's question. John says, I read it as he wanted to keep on the designer who got killed. He wanted to keep trying to perfect it, missing its launch window, and the game producers need to steal it so they can start working on it. And Baroque is running the mystery game, which he had to finagle an invitation for, which is happening at the same time. And maybe that's the premise that they got this game designer to come on. Okay. Where would you like to go next now? They've sealed off the door of the guy who got murdered, but I don't know if that means we can't go get into it. We are a thief after all. We could go find the doctor who pronounced him dead. That does make sense. Okay, let's go to the doctor. So there's the club car. You might imagine that nearby would be faster. So let's go right to the next car down and visit the doctor, Dr. Tallow. 17. Okay, so we look up 17. That tells us to go to 50. So 17 goes to 50. Just as 24 went to 27. And we look up 50 here. 50 says we read 41. So here we go, reading 41. Nothing in Tallow's possessions stirred any notion in Nick. There was a message jotted in a small notebook in the doctor's little black bag, which read, Beekman, strangulation, heavy cord or coated electrical cable, no weapon at hand, cyanosis of features, protruding tongue typical, not self-inflicted. Death occurred within an hour of examination. Body not entirely cool yet. The date, time, and Tallow's initials followed. As he slipped out of the cabin, so we snuck in, the doctor's not there. As he slipped out of the cabin, he saw Dr. Tallow coming along the corridor. He stood outside the door as if he were waiting Tallow's return. You, who are you? Nick Velvet. Oh, yes, you found the body. How unlucky you must be. Yeah, I'm feeling that way. I was waiting for you because I want to ask you some questions. Do you mind? The doctor says, the way I see it, the man who discovers the corpse in the case is entitled to ask a few impertinent questions. Oh, of course I don't mind. Come in. The doctor seated himself in the padded armchair that would later fold out into the railway's idea of a bed. Nick perched on the chair that concealed the small commode. I suppose there's no doubt that Don Beckman died of strangulation, is there? Nick began. No, there's not, Tallow said, staring. Why? Well, I've been talking to a few other people, and Beckman seems... Is it Beckman or Beekman? Do I need my glasses for this? Let's get it right once. Beekman. I'm talking to a few other people, and Beekman seems to have been almost universally disliked. Murder on the Orient Express, eh? No, it was strangulation. Classic symptoms. Didn't take him very long to die, and it wasn't pretty at all. Although I got through examining him, I had quite a to-do with some of the more squeamish passengers. Miss Robinson is a patient of mine. She's 3 months pregnant, just at the state where she loses at least one meal a day. She fainted, and I had to bring her around again. Okay, so he's telling us where he is, and there's Mrs. Robinson, who we don't have a card for, so let's make a card for her. She's pregnant and sick, getting sick to her stomach. All right, so it sounds like he's saying that's where he's coming from. I had to bring her around again. After I got through examining him, I had quite a to-do with some of the more squeamish passengers. Okay, after I finished examining him. And what else did we learn here from the doctor? We learned... No doubt, strangulation. Where's the time of death stuff? So everyone dislikes him. I guess we're going to hear about that soon. Didn't take him very long to die. and it wasn't pretty. Squeamish passengers, so that might tell us that a squeamish passenger didn't do it. Do we have time of death here? Heavy cord, no weapon at hand, cyanosis of features. We don't know what that is, really. Maybe we need a separate thing for here. Victim. Cyanosis of features. Someone could tell us what that is. I assume it has something to do with the way the body looks after killed, after death. Where's our comment about one hour within the hour of examination? So 1 hour previous to the doctor finding the body, which presumably is close to now, right? Not much time has passed. Because it just put us right after the commotion in the club room. Okay, let's just make note of where that came from. All right. Natina says cyanosis is being blue from lack of oxygen. I see, okay. That makes sense, lack of oxygen. Okay, that's two turns we took. I'm going to take these little cubes. All right, so we went into Dr. Tower. We went into the club room. And we didn't meet, but we heard about Mrs. Robinson. Let's get her on our map. She's at 16. Where did I put her? Okay, Robinson is the pregnant woman. She's traveling along. She's in 16. And then I might as well write in these others. 15 is Harcourt. Clearwater is 18. Cara McAfee, 22. And Nelson Sarsenian, who we know is a fellow journalist, is here. All right, well, the doctor says he's just come back from taking care of his patient, who's right in the room next door. So I'm inclined to go talk to her to see if we can get a timeline for the doctor. Who else? Who found the body? Fieldcrest goes in. Fieldcrest says, let's steal the rules now. And he goes in the room. And then he's like, oh, he's dead. All right, now, where was the person who said he might be at the engine? Maybe the engine would be a good place to go to see if he really did show up there. Maybe we can get a timeline of when he last was there. Bomberg says, I just knocked. He was bragging about getting into the engine compartment a while ago. I'll bet he's up there. So the other thing we could do is go to the engine compartment and see if he was there, if he did make his way there. Anna says we should go to the victim's cabin first. Okay, that makes sense. They sealed it off, but we should go to the, we should see if we can get in. We absolutely should see if we can get in there. So let's do that. Where is his cabin? At 3. So we're here. We're going to travel to Beckman's Beekman's thing. And do we want to count travel times? The game doesn't tell us anything about that, but if we assume, if we want to play it the travel way, these are 2 people took their turn, and then 1, 2. I'm going to add a cube for another turn to get over there. All right, let's do that. Let's read. Let's try to get in, even though it said it sealed it with masking tape and sticker. We're going to try to go into cabin 3, which tells us to read number 9. And now we're going to go to 9. 9 says to read 8. So let's read clue 8. Okay, let's see if it lets us in. Nick drew on gloves before slipping into the compartment of the late Don Beekman. So he's a thief. He had no trouble getting in. A quick examination of the cabin proved that the rules were not in it, but he removed a date book with Beekman's initials on the cover. Retreating to his own room, Nick read the entries that had been filled in for the last several days. July 5th, playtest of Rails at 10 a.m. July 9th, staff meeting, finances. Haha, he doesn't care about the finances. July 10th, B and I go to negotiate. July 12th, it's the murder game, Grand Central Station, track 14. That's it. So we must be on the 12th. Okay, I'm just going to put number 8, Beekman's room. Okay, let's see. At a playtest. Staff meeting. B and I go to negotiate. So 7:10, he's negotiate with B. Is that going to be Bob Fieldcrest? And then today is July 12th. Not very useful to us. Anything I missed there? Could be Bomberg or Baroque. Okay. So Bob Fieldcrest, or it could be Bomberg or Baroque. Good point. Like if he's deciding to sell the game to a competing company, then maybe he was meeting with someone else to negotiate the sale of the game. Good point. All right. Let's add another point here. We went to Beekman's room. All right. Well, we're in this train car. Shall we go talk to... Why would we go to our own car? Is there going to be something there? Maybe let's go to the guy who hired us. Let's see if we get any suspicious vibes off him. So Fieldcrest 4. 4 goes to 97. 97 says no clue. Okay. So either Bob Fieldcrest isn't there because he's in a different room, or there's nothing of import. All right. You want to go to Baroque? Shall we see if Baroque is the guy? Let's go talk to Baroque and see if he knows anything. So Baroque goes to 5, goes to 38. 38 goes to 92. All right, 92. No, I am not happy with what is going on, Wallace Baroque told Nick. This is a disaster. I set this thing up and now I've got egg all over my professional face. I expect a lot of flack when I return to Providence. You designed the murder game itself? I did. My design for the murder board game made Providence take me on in the mid-70s. Since we're coming out with a train game, I thought it would be fun and good for business to have a combination of one of our most successful games tied in the consumer's mind with our newest product. From what I've seen, it's far better than the one Time and Space is releasing. Yeah, what about Playfair's game? Well, it was Don's property, and he's dead. God knows when the lawyers will get through figuring out what to do. Poor Bob. He was counting on its immediate release. I know, Don too. He was a well-respected game designer. Don, Bob, and I go way back. We three and another buddy, Ralph Austin, were the Four Aces. An adventure gaming team second to none. Role players extraordinaire. Ralph was dropped out of the industry. Carl Bomberg had all the stuff to become a fifth ace, but he hit the sauce too hard. Don teased him a lot about that. Don could be a real mother. Carl took it hard. I gather Beekman was not universally loved. Baroque pushed both hands palm up towards Nick. Don't say that. There were plenty of people who liked him. Nick decided it was time to change the subject. Is there a list of all the players, their victims, and weapons? Yeah, I think Jill has one. I entrusted it to her after I made out the slips and found weapons for everyone. Because she never loses anything. She's a great assistant now, but she'll be president of Providence Games one day. Hope she waits until I retire, because I'd like a crack at the job myself. In fact, I'm depending on it. Okay, a bunch of stuff here. So, Ralph Austin was another part of the team of Don Beekman, Bob Fieldcrest, and this guy. They were part of the Three Aces. And with another guy, Ralph Austin, they were the Four Aces. Ralph dropped out of the industry, and Carl Bomberg could have been the fifth person, but he hit the sauce too hard. He was drunkard. Okay, and then Don teased him about it, and that's maybe why they fought. And then Jill has a list of all the people and their assigned targets of the murder mystery, and he says she'll be president one day, and she never loses anything. So if she claims to have lost something, that's going to be fishy. Okay, who is Ralph Austin? Is he on our train? He's not on our train. I'm going to write his name down anyway, in case we run into him. All right. Well, I think I know who I want to talk to next. Let's add another cube. All right, I kind of want to talk to the assistant Jill who's got that list, don't you think? He was also a little bit non-committal about... Maybe we need to look at that again. He was a little non-committal about how our guy, Bob Fieldcrest, owns the game. Let's just read that again. He says, we say this new game that they're coming out is great. And he says, it says, we're coming out with a train game. It says, we're coming out with a train game. And it's going to be great. And then we say, well, what about Playfair's game? And he says, well, it's Don's property. That's the guy who got killed. And he's dead. God knows when the lawyer will get through figuring out what to do. He seems to be saying, look, we're coming out with the competing train game. And now that Bob is dead, that's gonna be in litigation for years. So that might be a good motivation to kill Don, either to get the property or to just keep it off the market while their game comes out. So now we've got some motivation to kill him, right? His competitors will have now a clean shot at the market of the next train game. All right, let's talk to Jill Campbell, the assistant. So she's 7. 7 goes to 56. 56 goes to 27. So let's read 27. Jill Campbell's compartment was painfully neat. There was no sign of her clothing or her luggage. How did you manage to put everything away so neatly in such a tiny space? Nick asked, marveling at her skill. You never saw my studio apartment in Manhattan, she said, laughing. I thought you were with Providence Games. Oh, I didn't say I was still in that apartment. Thank God I'm not. One of the many things I owe Wally. One of the many things I owe Wally. Yeah, he helped you get your job and find my apartment and get me settled and help with salary negotiation. Mr. Velvet, I know what people are saying, especially what Donald Beekman spread about me. I know they think Wally and I, well, you know. But we aren't. He's just about my best friend in the world. Wally, well, it'll all be over the place. It'll be all over the place soon enough, but I'll tell you if you promise to act surprised when it happened. She peered at him through her eyelashes, and to his surprise, she was blushing. I promise, Nick said, solemnly raising one hand. She laughed. That does sound silly. I'm sorry. The big reason that Wally and I aren't is because Tom Werner and I are. Or will be, I hope. He's been hinting that he's going to ask me to marry him, and I've been hinting that I'll accept. I think, or I thought, that he was going to ask me here. But you know, I saw him talking to Donald earlier, and he hasn't spoken to me since. I'm worried, Mr. Velvet. I'm frightened for Donald Beekman. Even though he's dead, because he did so much damage, he'd tell you something just because he knew you would believe it. He nearly kept me from taking the job in Providence. I was so afraid people had heard rumors about me, and they thought those rumors were true. Do you have a list of the players and victims I can look at? Of course. She rummaged in a tiny briefcase. Here, I have a carbon. Thanks, Nick said. He examined the list. It read, oh, look at this long list. All right. So this was a pretty big clue with some weird stuff. I guess let's look at this first. So Bomberg was supposed to kill Elaine Robinson with a knife. Sanders, a gun, was supposed to kill Thad Johnson. Harcourt. All right, let's make a note here that clue 27, since we're going to have to come back to this, has a list, the murder game. It's not exactly clear how we were supposed to use this list, but we could look for who has the cord that they were going to strangle someone with. Chloroform, alkali tablets, plastic back cord. Okay, so McAfee, cord, Carl Bomberg. So McAfee was supposed to kill Carl Bomberg with a cord. So we might go to see if that person has lost this cord, and if this was our murder weapon. And then maybe we should know who was supposed to kill. Look, someone was supposed to kill Nick Velvet. Oh, with a cord. Whoops, I almost missed that one. There's 2 cords. Whoop, there's another cord. Okay, you can't sleep on these. So 3 people were supposed to kill people with cords. Nick Velvet was supposed to kill Don Beekman with a cord. And Harcourt was supposed to kill Nick Velvet with a cord, and Nick Velvet was supposed to kill Don Beekman with a cord. All right. So maybe I'll write these 3 down. Harcourt, cord, Velvet, and then Velvet, cord, Beekman, and then McAfee, cord, Bomberg. We might want to check out those 3 chords and see about that. Now, what was this whole background of this woman and her love life? Where's Jill Campbell? Let's find her. I'm curious what you guys make of this whole love life thing. So she says, people thought I was with Wally. Which one? Oh, Wally is Wallace Baroque. Okay, Wally is Wallace Baroque. So she says, let's put down, she owes Wallace Baroque. She owes Wallace Baroque lots of stuff. He got the apartment. They think that Wally and I are together, but we're not. The reason is because she's with Tom Werner. Okay. And then she says he was going to ask me to marry him, she thinks, but then she saw Werner and Beekman talking. So I'm talking earlier to Don Beekman, right? And then didn't speak to her since. And then this is where I got lost a little bit. She says, I'm worried. I'm frightened of Beekman, even though he's dead, because he did so much damage. He'd tell you something just because he knew you would believe it. He nearly kept me from taking the job in Providence. I was afraid people had heard rumors about me and that they thought those rumors were true. That's confusing to me. What is it saying? Is it saying that Beekman liked to spread false rumors? Jonathan says Beekman had been spreading rumors that her and Mr. Baroque were together. And Don had just talked to Tom. So we'd be curious what he said to him, right? We'd be very curious to hear what Beekman had just told Werner. And now she's got a motive, I guess, to kill him. Although it's a little late now. If he's already told this person something you don't want it to tell. Okay. Where next? We're right near it's always fun to do a little bit of role playing in terms of where we are. I think it makes sense. We're right here. It makes sense to go through this door and check the engine compartment and see if our guy was actually at the engine compartment. And let's not forget to check the lavatories if we think someone left something there. Eventually, it's a little premature, but I think we go to the engine now. So 1 goes to 41. Just because we're right here, I'm going to add in the cube. 1 goes to 41, and 41 goes to 23. So let's go into 23. We have yet to be asked about any expertise. So remember, going to the engine room because we were told that he said he wanted to go there at some point. Nick climbed over the old-fashioned wooden coal car, empty, thankfully. He emerged, dusty and coughing, at the back of the train's engine. The 2 engineers, seated on piles of wood in front of the stokehole, gave him a brief once-over, exchanging glances and grins. "You another enthusiast?" one of them asked, stressing the word. Not me," Nick laughed, understanding their expression. "Have you had a lot of them up here today?" Just a few," the other said. "One big heavy fellow. Talked a lot. He knows these old trains to talk about, but he don't know how hard it is to run 'em or maintain 'em." "Big talker," the other agreed. "But what about that girl?" "Oh yeah, tall, pretty thing. You know, she threw something in the fire. I was afraid it was an accident. I told her there was no way she'd ever get that back, and she said good. She was looking for some fellow, sounded worried. Do you gentlemen know that a man has been killed in the sleeper cars? Yeah, indeed. We've got a shortwave up here, too. We've been monitoring. There will be a state trooper here as soon as they can find us." Okay, so a tall, pretty thing. She threw something into the fire. You never get it back, and she said good. And then one big heavy fellow. Is that going to be our guy? Are we told our guy is heavy? Okay, so at clue 23, which is the engine, a tall, pretty woman threw something in fire, something combustible. She said, good, I'm glad it's gone. That doesn't sound like throwing away a weapon, though, does it? That sounds more like throwing away something else that you don't want anything to do with. And then the big, heavy fellow was the other enthusiast. Presumably, this is going to be Beekman, although if someone has a better memory than I do of him being described as a big, heavy fellow, I wouldn't mind. But that's where he was going, so presumably that's him. Jonathan Warner says, what if they just burned the rules? Boy, that's a pretty good guess. This game's a little interesting in terms of physical descriptions of people. We just went and talked to Jill Campbell, right? What was the description of her? Was she tall and pretty? Jill Campbell was 7. 7 goes to 56. 56 goes to 27. I need a reminder if we're told what she looks like. We didn't get a physical description of her. What about I guess we could talk to the person she's engaged with. Um, she's working for Wallace Broke. We didn't talk to him yet. Who is the person, or did we? Who is the person who just sent us to her? Oh, that was Baroque. We did talk to Baroque. Okay, let's see. Baroque was at 38. 38 goes to 92. Let me just read what he says. So now we can read, now if we reread his thing, it might be, now that we know that people said that they're together, but they weren't, let's see what he says about her. We're coming out with the train game. He designed the murder game. And we say, do you have a list of the players? He says, Jill has one. I entrusted it to her. She never loses anything. She's a great assistant, but she'll be president of Providence Games one day and hope she waits until I return because I'd like a crack at the job. Okay, no physical description of her, but she seems like a real go-getter. He thinks she's going to be president of the company soon. Drunk Tiger says, we know she has eyelashes. We do? Where did we hear about her eyelash stuff? Oh, because of her blushing through her eyelashes. That's right. That's right. Her blushing eyelashes. She does sound pretty. 56. Let's just read that again. She's super neat. She has a studio apartment. She's talking like she's young. She's using nicknames, Wally, da da da. He's just about my best friend in the world. She peered at him through her eyelashes. She was blushing. Okay. Don't know how tall she is, though. All right. Thoughts on where you'd like to go next? We could talk to the person that she's supposed to, and it says, now we know she has eyes too. Okay. Shall we talk to the person that she was engaged with and see if he heard a bad rumor about her and that's why he's not proposed marriage to her? That's kind of like what I'm curious about now. He's all the way on the other end of the train. Actually, we don't know where he is. Werner. We don't have Werner's at... Oh, he's in 9. We know he's in 9. Okay, so we haven't added him yet. So Tom... I think his first name was Tom. Tom Werner is in 9. Right here. So it seems like that's a natural place to back out to, unless we want to stop off in our room for some reason. Do you think someone could plant something in our room to put the blame on us? Should we check our room to make sure someone didn't plant something in our room? I think we better check our room. Make sure no one planted something in our room to put the blame on us. So I'd like to go on our way out to our room. Let's just see if we can go there. 6 goes to 102. We'll do this and then we'll take a break. 102 says no clue. Okay, so we can't actually go into our room. That's fine. All right, let's hit Werner. I'll just add 2 things here. Let's hit Werner and then maybe we'll back up to Bomberg. All right, so we're going to find out a little bit more about Jill Campbell from Werner and see if he really does still want to marry her or if he heard some bad rumors. Okay, 9 goes to 101. 101 goes to 48. Of course I knew they weren't true. Tom Werner wore a hostile expression that wasn't natural to a handsome face. Okay, he's handsome. Don Beekman was a miserable liar who only got pleasure out of making trouble. Jill Campbell is a very special lady. I'd hoped she might agree to marry me, but I don't want to ask now and find out later she's a murderer. He's like, let me just wait until they catch the murderer in case it's my fiance. In case it's my girlfriend, I'm just going to hold off. He doesn't want to like obligate himself. This is like the, like an episode of Seinfeld or whatever, where he's like, let me not propose marriage till I make sure she's not a murderer. I hope that she might agree to marry me, but I don't want to ask her now and find out later she's a murderer. You're a cautious man, Mr. Werner. Go to hell, he says. You mean cold-blooded. Don't you? Tough. You mean cold-blooded, don't you? Tough. I'll protect her with everything I've got. And I believe she's innocent now, but I'm afraid, damn it. Afraid something wonderful will turn out to be fake. I don't want that to happen. Cripes, this was going to be such fun. I was going to bash in Mel Addison's head with a candlestick, get killed messily myself, and have a hell of a good time. Now it's ruined. Okay, so so Tom Werner is an interesting character. Where's his card? So he's got a handsome face. Maybe he's young too. Makes sense that he'd be dating a handsome girl. But he doesn't believe the rumors. And he says Beekman was a liar. Was a liar who liked to lie and make trouble. This is what she said too, right? He likes to make up things just to make trouble. But he's not sure. He wants to wait. This makes him sound like he's not the... It's pretty convincing. That's a weird thing to say if you're the murderer, right? That's a very clever, convoluted thing to say. You wouldn't think of saying that. You would, if you were the murderer, you wouldn't think, I'm going to say that I'm not going to marry my girlfriend until I find out she's not, because I think she might be the murderer. You wouldn't think of that. So that means he can't be a good suspect. He's like a terrible suspect. And he's super excited about this game. Right? So I don't think he's the murderer. He says, I was going to bash in Mel Addison's head with a candlestick. So let's make sure that matches what his assignment was. In the game, kill Mel Addison with candlestick. I want to verify that that is indeed what his assignment was. Where's our list? Clue 27 was our list. Clue 27 says that... Don't read anything else. Clue 27 says Werner was supposed to kill Mel Addison with candlestick. So that checks out. Checks out. So I believe Tom Werner. He's cold-hearted and cautious about who he marries, but he seems to be telling the truth, and he's got good judgment in terms of not believing what Beckman said. And we're told about someone else, Mel Addison. Let's mark him on our list. Okay, so Tom Werner we located, and Addison is 12. We don't know who Addison is, but we know that he was a person scheduled to play the game. 12. This is Tom Werner. I don't know. I got a sweet spot for Tom Werner. Like, I like how practical he is. Although, he does say he's going to defend her. He just doesn't want to get embroiled into a marriage with a murderer. I have a feeling he'd still defend her if she's the murderer and still, like, be boyfriend and girlfriend. He just doesn't want to get locked down. All right. Let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll decide where to go. I think in our next session, this event is going to occur. We'll have to find out what that is. And I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call It for Two. We were just joking in the chat channel. Drunk Tiger was saying we passed the lavatory twice and we still haven't gone in, and joking that maybe the event that's happening on turn 8 is that we have to go to the bathroom. And Anna was asking if we're sure that the cord is coming from the game, the murder weapon, and I definitely think we don't know that for sure at all. It could be a cord that's been used to tie up curtains. In fact, it's got some knots on it that have been tied and untied that make us think that it had a use before this, so we don't know. John says, or if we know the cord most likely was a prop and one of the people on the list that was supposed to use it. So yeah, a key thing we're going to try to figure out is, can everyone account for their cords? The 3 people who were assigned the cords. Then there was that weird dried liquid on it, which we don't understand what that is. And it says, could it be that the eyelash lady stole the rules and burned them in the engine car while Wally, her good friend, killed Beekman, who had hard drive copies? It is important to remember that this isn't the only copy of the rules, which means that I guess the theory is if you burn these rules, if you get rid of the rule, there's 2 reasons to get the rules. Maybe there's a way to think of it. One way would be that a competitor who got copies of the rules early could steal ideas. That's a very strong motive to steal the rules. If you wanted to delay publication, you could also get rid of the rules. That's not going to stop publication because the guy's got copies, but you could delay it. So one option is you steal it to delay the game. The other option is you steal it to copy ideas. Maybe a combination of both if you're a competitor. Steal it copy the ideas and delay publication. So that's a good motive, and that would, both things would put the motive on a competitor. But if you just wanted to steal the rules, you wouldn't have to kill him. You'd just have to steal it. Strangling seems kind of personal. It also seems like something that a guy would have to do. You'd have to be quite strong. Okay. Let's continue playing. Maybe we'll take a few more turns and then we'll trigger this turn 8 event. This is a little weird here. I just noticed this. First player to toss 2 heads up will have an interrogation expertise at clue location number 9. I guess that doesn't mean room number 9, which we went to and didn't need it. It would be when we go up, when we get a clue that points to number 9. We would need that. All right, so shall we talk to Bomberg, the other competitor? And eventually we'll want to go to these laboratories. Who's in 25? What is this big giant room? The caboose. But who's got this big suite at the back end of the caboose? We don't know. We're just told it's the caboose. All right, let's go to Bomberg. Who's at 8? 8 goes to 65. 65 goes to 84. '84 says, well, all little ducks in a row, Bomberg said, pouring himself a glass of scotch from his own bottle. No, I'm not gonna sit in the club car. That's silly. We just stare at each other. I think we should just sit in our little rooms and think about staring at each other. He put back a healthy slug of scotch and clapped a hand to his solar plexus. Oh, that's smarts. He says, or we say, what made you come on this train? Nick asked, accepting a much smaller portion than Bomberg had poured for himself. God, you reporters can't stop reporting for a minute, can you? To my old friend Don. Bomberg raised his glass. I like these games. I was on one in Cincinnati, 2 out of Chicago, and 1 out of Los Angeles. They were all different. So was this one, I might add. Did you know that there are 3 game companies on this train? And all 3 of them are releasing train games this year? Time and Space is making the best one, of course. Of course, Nick echoed. That's his company, presumably. He says, Don called his Riding the Rail. Should have been called Ridden Out of Town on a Rail. But that's the sort of guy Don was. Ours is called Station Master. Did you think it was going to be choo-choos and cabooses or something? He cackled into his drink. Why all the competition with train games, we ask? Oh, trains are in this year. A game company has to respond to what the public is interested in, and fast. Trends change in a second in this industry, I'll tell you. I didn't know about the other 2 games until last week. My bosses didn't tell me that when they give me assignments. My bosses don't tell me that when they give me assignments. But you don't have to believe that. Fieldcrest won't. What's the Providence game called? I don't know. Why don't you ask Jill Campbell? She designed it, so they tell me. But I think her pal Wally helped her. I see. Jill Campbell, she designed it, huh? And what were your weapon and victim for the game? Knife, says Bomberg, producing a huge Bowie blade from a new-looking leather sheath. And I get to kill Elaine Robinson, which will be a pity. She's a big fan of mine. Alright. So we're getting a little more detail about other people. So Elaine Robinson, another person on the train we don't know about yet. I don't think so, unless she was one of those 4 people who were... Oh, Miss Robinson, yes, I guess she was. Was she the pregnant and sick one? Okay, so I don't need a separate card for her. What else does he say? Will be a pity. She's a big fan. Okay, so she's a fan of Bomberg. Okay, let's check. I guess we're talking to Bomberg. Let's get his card out. So he says Jill Campbell designed the Providence train game. Very interesting. Let's make a card of what the train games are. So we've got our train games. Okay, so Don our murder victim is at Playfair Games. So Don Beekman at Playfair. Their game is Riding the Rails. Riding the Rail. Okay. Ours is called Station Master. That's Carl Bomberg. And then we say, what about the Providence game? He says Jill Campbell's designing it. He doesn't tell us the name of it, right? Ask her. She doesn't tell us. Maybe... Okay, and just for the record, what's the company name that Carl Bomberg works for? Time and Space Rules. So there are the 3 companies with train games. Providence, Time and Space Rules, and Playfair. We know 2 of the games and their designers. We don't know what Jill Campbell's game is, and she hasn't told us anything about it. In fact, she's the secretary of Wallace. So I think we need to go talk to Wallace. Find out about this other game. Let me check in with the chat here. Are we even too sure that the cord we found is the murder weapon, or could we have found a prop cord? Well, that's a good question. Nick seems to think it's the murder weapon, but I think you're right. We should not assume that it is. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Especially if one of the people in the club car was assigned that cord as a murder weapon. Let's find the list now. Where's our list? Clue 27 is our list. I want to verify what this guy just told us. So it was Bomberg. Okay. Carl Bomberg, which I didn't write down. 8 goes to 65. 65 goes to 84. Okay, let's just see what he says. Don't forget also, she gives us a carbon of the murder of the list. Don't think that's relevant, but it could be. Okay, so Bomberg is drinking. He's not in the... He's also not in Club Car. He thinks everyone should go to their rooms. He stayed in his room. Okay. And now he tells us who he was assigned. He was assigned a knife to kill Elaine Robinson. Let's check that out and see if that's right. According to our list, Carl Bomberg was supposed to kill Elaine Robinson with a knife. So he's telling the truth there. Which is... kill Elaine Robinson with knife. Checks out. I mean, I don't know why we should be checking these things, but it seems like it could be. It seems like it's probably going to be relevant. Anna says the designer assistant is the eyelash lady, right? Yes. Baroque's assistant is Jill Campbell, the eyelash lady. But wait, no, Wallace. Oh, Wallace Baroque. Is that right? So we already talked to Wallace? Is that right? It's Wallace Baroque and we already talked to him. Yes, Wallace Baroque we already talked to. Did he tell us the name of their game? Maybe we need to reread that. 538, 38 to 92. Let me just see what he says here. He says, I organized this whole murder mystery game. We're also coming out with the train game. I thought it'd be good to combine them. Then he tells us about Ralph Austin. He tells us about his secretary, Jill Campbell. So he doesn't tell us the name of their game. Not sure why we would either care. All right, so we talked to Jill Campbell's partner, and she didn't say anything about writing this game. That's very suspicious. You know, I was joking about the bathroom, but the bathroom is right next to the room where this guy was killed. Maybe we should stop off in that bathroom and see if someone didn't drop something off there. We're quite near it. We just went to Bomberg. I think we just go through here and go into there. I think we should go into the laboratory and see if anyone tried to flush something down the drain. All right, so 2 goes to 68. Let's see, someone on the channel. Anna says, Jill was the competitor designer battling her eyelashes at us, trying to look innocent, more and more suspicious. And Jonathan's clarified, Wallace Baroque doesn't claim to design a train game, right? just the murder game. So he's not denying the possibility that Jill designed it, right? Correct. Everything is correct that everyone said. Okay, so we're going to the bathroom right next to our guy's murdered room, which is 68. 68 says no clue. All right, so there's nothing in the bathroom. All right. I think we've done a couple of these now. It seems to me we should probably do our event now. All right, we're gonna trigger our event now. So turn 8-15. This is a poor choice, this hyphen, but it means that on turn 8, read clue 15. So clue 15 is down here, and it says read 61, and then if you have a contact, read 52. And this says this detective will know the character in turn 8, hence he will have a contact. So basically we're going to get to read 61 and then also 52. So let's start by reading 61. All right, so we just got out of the bathroom, checking to see if there's any murder weapon left. And let's see what has happened. All of a sudden, the conductor approached Nick and asked him to come back to his compartment for a chat. I thought since you're helping Mr. Fieldcrest, you might like to know that one of the ladies tried to bribe me earlier to hide something. Some papers, she said. Told her I couldn't do that. I'd get fired. I understand, Nick said. Which lady? Well, she wasn't near her cabin, so I can't associate the name. She's got dark hair. I didn't see her too clearly either. I'm nearsighted, you understand, and I was polishing my glasses when she came up to talk to me. Okay, dark hair, that's all we know. She's not near her cabin. Tried to bribe me to hide something. Some papers, she said. So clue 61. All we know is a dark-haired lady tried to bribe conductor to hide papers. Doesn't know her name. All right, but then the game says we've got a contact. So now that we have a contact, it's kind of weird to understand what does that mean to have a contact at this location. But let's turn to 52, use our contact. So one of the players in the game would have this extra information. Let's see. Casually, Nick drew his wallet partway out of his breast pocket and peered into it. Don't read this other stuff. His fingers extracted a bill and slipped it into his side pocket. Nick drew his wallet partially out of his breast pocket, peered into it, extracted a bill, slipped it into his side pocket. Without alluding to his actions, he asked the conductor, "If you saw her again, you think you could pick her out from the others?" The hand in the pocket rattled enticingly. "Well, maybe, sir. If I looked hard, I think it was one of the ladies from the second sleeping car, the tall lady. Nick withdrew his hand and extended it to the conductor. Shake, he said. Your memory's improving. Much obliged, sir. We just bribed the conductor who wouldn't take a bribe from the lady? What? That's a little weird, don't you think? Like this conductor say, hey, I gotta talk to you. A lady tried to bribe me. I told her I can't take bribes. It's against the rules. So, and then we bribed him? And I said, it's funny how these witnesses talk about someone being tall and dark haired, but we never get a description when we talk to them. Yeah. All right. Well, regardless, we've now got some information from her about her. He says she's a lady from second sleeping car. He's like, maybe I could remember her. Maybe he took the bribe from her and now he just said he couldn't. Second sleeping car, tall lady. This is the woman who tried to bribe to hide papers. She's tall. She's from the second sleeping car. And then he passes him some money. Okay. Leaving aside why this guy took a bribe when he said he didn't either. Maybe he did take it and he just lied about it. All right, the second sleeping car. Well, I guess if you're the conductor, you're talking about from the front of the train, right? So that would mean this car here, wouldn't it? I mean, there's 4 sleeping cars separated by the club car. But second sleeping car, he would be talking to from the front, right? She's tall, dark hair. Well, who do we know is in this car? Carl Bomberg, that's not a woman. Tom Werner, that's not a woman. Addison, I forget who this person is. Then we've got someone in 10 and 14 that we don't know. This says Eagles and this says Sanders. We don't know who those are, though. And it was a tall lady that burned something. So first she tried to bribe the conductor to hide the papers and then burned it instead. I guess so. But who would it be? Who's Addison? Mel Addison. Okay, that was, I forget. I should have written down where we were told about Mel Addison. I can't remember. Maybe we just go knock on his door. Drunk Tiger says no car 11 or 13. Well, actually, 11 is down here. It's the conductor's room. I don't know why it's far off. And 13 is this lavatory. I don't know why they ordered them that way, but there is a room 13 and 11. This is where the conductor sleeps. You can look up their names from the prop list and guess gender, but that means the tall lady is not Jill. That's right, the tall lady is not Jill. Frank Eagles is a guy who's in here. I see. We can get their names from this list. Mike Daniels, Frank Eagles, and then who's Sanders? Let's look at that list. Sanders is Wen Sanders. Well, what's that tell us then? This is Frank Eagles, and this is Len Sanders. There's no women in this car. Unless Mel Addison is a woman. I think our next stop has to be Addison and see... Where did we hear about Mel Anderson? Mel Addison. We heard about it from someone. Oh, I wish we had written that down. Does anyone remember where we learned about Mel Addison? Who told us about Mel Addison? That's dangerous to be writing down people without writing down where you heard about them. But it could be a woman. Well, let's knock on the door. Let's find out who that is. We don't have to keep track of turns anymore because everything has happened. All right, let's knock on door 12 and see who Mel Addison is and see if it's a tall woman. 12 goes to 96, and 96 goes to 11. Hey, I'm a reporter too, Mel Addison said. What paper do you work for? Well, not a paper. Game World magazine, circulation 25,000 or so. Who do you work for? Oh, I'm with Train Life USA. We ship about 10 times more books than you do, but from what I've seen, they're all avid readers. Seems typical of special interest digests. I love it all. What brings you aboard for a murder game? Well, Don Beekman and Carl Bomberg. We're all members of the Railway League. Poor Don, terrific guy. A real enthusiast. Well, if he had to go, this is where he'd pick. On a genuine steam-driven antique train. Oh, I couldn't give you all the facts on this baby. I could give you all the facts on this baby. Later. I'll need them for my article. Did you get your assignment for the murder? Brianna Harcourt. From what I've seen, I'll need the whole length of this cane to cream her, too. She's a tall one. How about you? I neglected to ask. Well, it doesn't matter now. Say, do you know about this game Don designed? I've heard something about it. A real dandy. We were what you would call playtesting it at his house last week. They'll have to release it posthumously. Too bad. All right. So he says Brianna Harcourt is a tall one. And she says, he says, it sounds like a guy. Maybe we got it wrong about the sleeper car numbers. Although Jonathan says Frank could be Frankie. Okay, well, let's make a note here. 11. Okay, Mel Addison. So is a reporter. That must must have found out about this person. I'm gonna write down that we found out the reporter at 11, and they say members of the Railway League. They know about trains, along with Beekman and Bomberg. Okay, and then they say Brianna Harcourt is tall. And this guy is Mel Addison is supposed to kill in the game kill Harcourt with Kane? We could check that out. So Mel Addison is supposed to use a heavy cane to kill Brianna Harcourt, so that checks out. Looks like the Brianna is the tall lady. Well, she is a tall lady, that's for sure. Where is Harcourt? Okay, so Harcourt is in the second sleeper train from the back. So is this the second sleeper? Maybe they measure from the back. Well, look, here is his chambers, the conductor's compartment. So maybe he measures from the back. That would put her here. All right, shall we go talk to her? Jonathan says we might have caught Bomberg in a lie. He said he did not know about the other train games, but it sounded like the Railway League he was part of might have been the playtest group at Don's last week. He doesn't claim not to know about Don's game, does he? I don't think he's Jonathan. I don't think he's claiming it's a good catch. I don't think he's claiming it's that. Okay, so this guy play tested. Let's just put this. You're right. They're in the Railway League with Beekman and Bomberg. Play testing Don's game. I don't think he claims not to know about that one, but let's check. Bomberg is 8 to 65. 65 to 84. Let's see what he says. He says, all ducks in a row. He's drinking his scotch. He's sorry the guy got killed. They're here for the train and his old friend Don. He's played a bunch of these games. Yeah, he says, did you know... No, he tells us, did you know all three companies are releasing train games? So Bomberg knows about all three train games. He says Don's is called Riding the Rail. Ours is called Station Master. Is there someone else who claims to not know about the games? Someone else claimed to not know about the games. It wasn't Bomberg, though. Who was it? Because Bomberg is owning up to knowing about all the games. Jonathan, it must be someone else. And Anna says we need to check out this Brianna. And Drunk Tiger says we heard about Brianna in the club car. Did we? Club car was 24. 24 to 27. 27 to 33. Let's see if we heard about Brianna. Says, seat at the bar, Kara McAfee, Nelson Sorensian, Arthur Clearwater, and Brianna Harcourt. So they're all talking. As they want to join us. The doctor hasn't been in. So we found the cord where we can see knots have been tied and untied. Okay, well, we found the cord in the club car where Brianna Harcourt is. It's time to talk to Brianna Harcourt. But is she in the club car? Are we not going to be able to find her? But maybe we can search her room. Let's do it. Let's go right to Harcourt. 15. 15 sends us to 80. 15. 15 sends us to 80. 80 sends us to... Oh, interesting. Look at this. I suppose we might need to start keeping track of turns. Okay. 80 says turns 1 through 8, 30 only. Turn 9 and after, 6 only. This sounds like if you haven't heard about her trying to bribe someone, you read this. If you have passed that time, 6. So now we're going to 6. Okay, sounds like Brianna is our briber. But is it as straightforward as that? Let's see. What was she really trying to hide? She says, what do you want to know about Don Beekman? Brianna Harcourt asked defiantly, glaring down on Nick from her towering height of over 6 feet. She says, he was a creep. I'm glad he's dead, she says. Yikes. Surprised by her vehemence, Nick backed off a mental pace. May I ask what's wrong, Miss Harcourt? Suddenly she bursts into tears. Damn it, he cheated me. He cheated everyone. I wrote that game with him, riding the rails. I trusted him enough not to insist on a contract with him. He called me the other day to say he revised the whole game, and none of my ideas were incorporated. I was out. He was maybe going to give me a 10% as a share for giving him the ideas he used. Damn him. I only wanted to see how the final design compared with our original concept, but I didn't kill him. Yeah, well, where are the rules now? Brianna gave him a strange, triumphant glance. Secure, in the last place you'd look for them. Well, we know who took the rules. That's one mystery wrapped up. All right. So she co-designed the game. So she says, at least. She co-designed the game. She stole the rules. She's tall. We're not told what color hair she had. Stole the rules. She tried to bribe the conductor for them, and now we say, where are they? And she says, secure. Last place you'd look. That's weird. She says, I only wanted to see how the final design looked, to see if he stole my ideas. That makes sense. I didn't kill him. Okay, so she says she didn't kill him. I kind of believe her, right? Don't you guys believe her? And I'm not sure I don't think she burned him. Anna agrees. Anna says it sounds like she's not the killer. Jonathan says, to clarify, I guess Bomberg does say he knows now on the train. I thought somewhere, I believe someone did say to us that they didn't know all these companies were making train games. I just don't remember who that was. Maybe it was the other developer. Let us look for a second at what we're asked to find out again. Who strangled him? Why was he killed? Where are the papers? Who took them? So we now know who took them, we think. But we don't know where they are. It's unclear if she was the one who burned them. She says they're secure. Do you read that as her alluding to the fact that she's burned them? Well, could that be someone else? Burning something else? Little confusing. Right? Well, we found who stole them. Is it possible she stole them and hid them somewhere and someone else took them? Well, we've got a couple more women. We know a woman snuck into the engine room and burned them. So we could try to go to the remaining women. Anna says, what did she burn them? You mean, why did she burn them? I think she burned them so they have to revert back to the rules she co-wrote. It's not a terrible theory. It's just, boy, she kind of said they're secure, the last place you'd ever look. Secure, when you burn something, you don't really say it's secure, do you? I think we need to talk to the other women. Also, I'm a little suspicious of this conductor who said he wasn't going to take a bribe. What if he did take them? What if he did take a bribe to hide them? Like, he took a bribe from us. What if he did take a bribe from the woman to hide them? I say we search his room or go talk to him again. And I want to talk to the woman. All right, what do you guys want to do next? We've got two women to talk to, Miss Robinson and Kara McAfee. We've got the conductor's room. Let's work our way down. Harcroft is in 15. Let's just go next door and talk to that pregnant woman, Miss Robinson. So 16 goes to 23. 23 goes to... Oh, that's interesting. We got different choices based on turn 1 to 8. So 1 to 8, 79. Turn 9 and after is 58. So for some reason, we're now... Okay, let's see what we got here. What the heck? That's so weird. Okay, so when we go into Miss Robinson, she says, this starts out saying, what about it? I can ask someone to do a favor for me. Why shouldn't I? Elaine Robinson glared at Nick, chin stuck out. What was it you wanted the conductor to put away for you, Miss Robinson? None of your business, Buster. I think you should know that Bob Fieldcrest knows the rules for riding the rail or missing. And he thinks I took 'em? She threw back her head and laughed. I didn't say that, but you must admit you're the obvious choice. You collect games. What a coup to collect one that isn't even on the market yet. Why wasn't it one of the other game designers? Well, it could have been. I'm not accusing anyone. Is this right? Feels like we shouldn't have gotten to that yet. Let's just see. Miss Robinson is 16. 16 goes to 23. 23 says turns 1 through 8, 79 only. Turn 9 and after, which it is, 58 only. All right, that's what we're reading. So we say, you're a game collector. She says, why wasn't it one of the other game designers? Well, it could have been. I'm not accusing anyone, we say. She sighed and sat down. My back hurts, she said. Yes, as a matter of fact, I did approach the conductor to hide the rules from me. I thought I'd take them before the police came. But they were gone when I went in for them. Someone else had beaten me to the punch. I had another use for those rules, too. Which was? I don't care anymore. Don and I had been, well, fooling around. Creep told me he was sterile. Well, he wasn't. It would have been blackmail, but I wanted those rules to hold over his head. I was going to tell him that if he didn't act like a man and tell me the truth, I'd sell his stupid game to the highest bidder. I'm a specialist. I know who would have bought it. No questions asked. I knew he had absolutely not shown it to Fieldcrest yet. So what will you do? Nick asked sympathetically. Suppose there's no question about your condition. No question. Fred Towell is my doctor. Ask him. She sighed again, rubbed the small of her back with both hands. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm not sure I would have married him if he hadn't died. But I'll tell you, if I do have it, the baby will have the best collection of toys in the world. Okay, so she's basically saying she would have stole it. She would have pressured him into maybe marrying her or maybe doing something, but she says they were gone. So I think we're just basically told that she wanted to steal them, but they were gone already, right? Because our girl took them. Brianna took them. And she's having the baby of Beekman, so she didn't kill Beekman, right? Because he's the father of her baby, and she wanted to pressure him into getting married or tell her the truth about why he lied, etc. So she wouldn't marry him. And it says, note, I don't think the conductor said he wouldn't take bribes. He just said he couldn't hide something. I see. That would make a little more sense. All right. Well, we've got Clearwater and Mike Daniels in this car. Kara McGaffey. We've got the person who said she stole the rules. She just said I had hid them in a secure place. Where would that be? Jonathan thinks it means in the fire. She says it's the last place you'd look. I wonder if she hid him with other games. Like pretending they're rules for a different game. One of the other publishers' game. Let's go to the conductor's room. I'm curious about this conductor now. He's got his own room. He took a bribe from us. I'm very curious. So 11 goes to 21. 21 says, read 110, and then if you're an expert, read 4. If you're an expert, read 4. We have interrogation expertise at clue location 9. What the hell does that mean? How can you be an expert at something we don't know? Is it going to tell us when we read it? All right, let's read 110 and see if we're an expert in it. That's a little confusing to me, but let's see what happens. So we're going in the conductor's private bedroom now because I'm very suspicious of him. Nick stopped by the conductor's apartment and spoke to the senior conductor, an older man, balding and with gold-trimmed spectacles. We say, do you have the list of victims and weapons from the murder game? Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I do. He handed a sealed envelope to Nick. I'm not supposed to open it, but since the game won't go forward, you may as well. Thank you, said Nick. He tore the envelope. The list read. Now we've got another list? Is it different? By the way, sir, I thought since you're helping Mr. Fieldcrest, you might like to know that one of the ladies tried to bribe me earlier to hide something. Some papers, she said. Told her I couldn't do that. I'd get fired. I understand, Nick said. Which lady? I didn't see her near her cabin, sir, so I can't associate the name. She has dark hair. I didn't see her too clearly either. I'm nearsighted, you understand, and I was polishing my glasses when she came up to talk to me. This is very confusing to me. First of all, it's weird. We got a list again. He's repeated the stuff about someone trying to bribe us. But yeah, the question is, expert in what? It's supposed to tell us what we need to be an expert in. Let's make a note. This game had some bugs, don't forget, so it wouldn't be crazy if it had one. We're going to make a note, C clue index number 21 about expert 4. Okay. Well, it can't be a showstopper because when it's got a question about expert, sometimes you won't have it. So we can't have been expected to see it, so it's not going to kill us that we can't see it. And there is this weird thing here that says one of the players is going to have an expertise at clue location 9. But clue location 9 is either Werner or it's when you get to a clue index that tells you to go to 9. Which might not even exist. So this could be a typo. This could be this. This could be this, but then in that case we would have expertise. Well, we may have to come back to it at the end. It could be a bug, it could be a mistake. We won't worry about it for now. Expert meaning expertise. Good point. Expertise. But I don't know what it's asking us if we have expertise on. All right, let's not worry about it for now. We'll come back and read that at the end of the game if we need to. Let's compare those two lists, yeah? Let's see if anything has changed in between clue 27 and 110. Compare Okay, I'm just gonna. You're on the honor system to not look at other stuff here. Maybe it's better if I do it a little farther away. Okay, here's one list, and here's the next list. 27. So Bomberg, knife, Elaine Robinson. Bomberg, knife, Elaine Robinson. Sanders, gun, Thad Johnson. Harcourt, cord, Nick Velvet. Lloyd, poison, Clara McAfee. Fieldcrest, blackjack, Frank Eagles. Velvet, cord, Don Beekman. Campbell, acid, Frederick Tallow. Werner, candlestick, Mel Addison. Addison, heavy, Kane, Brianna. Eagles, Cleaver, Nelson. Robinson, crossbow, Mike Daniels. Tallow, dart, and Clearwater. Clearwater, gasoline, and Len Sanders. Daniels, chloroform, and Tom Werner. Baroque, alkali tablets, Lloyd. Johnson, plastic bag, Jill Campbell. McAfee, cord, Carl Bomberg. Sorensen, switchblade, Bob Fieldcrest. Beckman, acid, Wallace Baroque. Okay, so they're identical lists. We just got a copy of one in one place, and if you had gone to another place, you would have gotten another copy of it. Weird. Very weird. Anna says, it looks like he has vital info, so if we don't come here till turn 8, they give us this info anyway. Yes, okay. All right, so the two lists are exactly identical as far as I can see. And he doesn't hide it for her. She may have burned it. So we may have the whole burning of train rules. That may be finished, right? Like, if she did hide it by burning it, then the whole question of where are the rules now is solved. We just don't know. John says, how about we visit McAfee? I think they're the only person we haven't visited with a cord prop. Oh, good. Good point. Okay, let's visit McAfee. And she's the other woman too. I'm curious if she is tall with black hair as well. Okay, so let's do this. Kara McAfee, 22. 22 goes to 107. And 107 says no clue. 22 to 107. 107 says no clue. That's a very weird thing to say. Like, shouldn't it give us a paragraph where she doesn't answer her door? No clue. Kara McAfee is not in her room. All right. Where is she? Who is she friends with? Is she in the club room? The club car? Karen McAfee is press. She's in the club car. Strange. Well, let's go to the bathroom and see if she was in the club car. The cord we found could be hers, yes. Let's go to this last lavatory. See if she dumped something there, and then maybe we'll see what Pat Lloyd has to say. 13 goes to 46. 46 goes to 71. In the lavatory between the two sleeping cars, Nick discovered a crumpled note that reads, D, I must talk to you. It's very important. Signed E. Okay, so we just found something in the bathroom. In the lavatory, between the two sleeping cars, Nick discovered a crumpled note that read, D, I must talk to you. It's very important, signed E. Okay. In the lavatory, says D, must talk, signed E. Okay. Let's see if we can't make some sense out of that. So in this lavatory, let's make a note here. We've got a note to D from E. All right, who's our D's and E's? This is Wallace Baroque, Bob Fieldcraft, Don Beekman, Carl Bomberg, Tom Werner, Len Sanders, Mel Addison, Frank Eagles, Harcourt is Brianna, right? Miss Robinson. Do we know her first name? Dr. Tallow. Do we know his first name? Clearwater. Where's our list? Does our list have the first names of these mystery people? Elaine Robinson. Elaine Robinson. Oh, this is the note she was going to give to Don Beekman, maybe. It's Elaine Robinson. So I think the note might be from Elaine to Don Beekman. Let me just make sure. Arthur Clearwater is this other guy's name. Arthur Clearwater. Let me see if I can find the doctor's first name. Frederick. Okay, so it could be Frank Eagle, but I believe it's going to be from Elaine to Don Beekman saying, it's your baby. We need to talk. Okay, so I think this must be about baby from Elaine Robinson to Beekman. I think that makes sense. But why would it be in this lavatory? There's no one else that could be, though, in that lavatory. I guess that might be the lavatory she would use. Brianna, go to the back of the car. It's closer than the other one, so that's probably her going to that lavatory. She'd have to go like this, but it's still closer than this one over here. Okay, I think that's probably that. All right. Well, we don't have too many other places to go. We have no idea who's in the caboose. Do we just stop in there at some point and be like, knock, knock, knock? And it says, yeah, she wanted to tell him, good news is you're not sterile. Bad news is I'm pregnant. Okay, well, let's just go next door. I don't have any good reason to prefer one of these people over the other. So let's just go to Pat Lloyd in 20. Let's just go nearby. 20 goes to 60. In fact, it is time for us to take a break, though, first. All right. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. I think that'll be our last session, and we'll wrap up this very odd case. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call It for Two, and I think this will probably be our last session of this train. We should be able to wrap it up soon. We were talking in the chat about some theories. Jonathan did figure out where Carl Bomberg said some stuff that sounded misleading. We talked about one point, he said, I did not know about the other two games until last week. My bosses don't tell me when they give me assignments. So that is consistent with him playtesting the game after that point in the last week. So he's not really lying. It also suggests he's got bosses that are in charge of this kind of stuff. So he's not, it doesn't sound like he would be the person to be motivated to kill someone to get rid of competition. Whereas that Jill Campbell sounded like she had her eyes set on becoming president of that game company. That sounds like that might be motive enough to try to kill someone. But Anna reminds us this person is a very unpleasant person, and that maybe people had other reasons to kill him. Absolutely. And we're still not sure. We know who stole the rules, but we're still not sure that's the same person who put the rules in the engine to burn him. Although if we had to guess, we would. Okay, let's make our way down through the rest of this car. And we still don't know who's in 25. That's confusing to me. Let's make our way through the rest of this car, though. Let's try Thad Johnson at 21. So 21 goes to 108. Sorry. 21 is Thad Johnson. 21 goes to 108. 108 goes to 113. Yeah, I know he's dead, Thad Johnson said. Want a drink? I'm just on my way back from the club car, but I'd go back for seconds. I'd rather forget or celebrate. I don't know which. Maybe later, Nick said. I'll buy. I could use a drink myself. This has been a real shock. Oh, that's right. You're a reporter, Johnson said sympathetically. You deal with the real world. To me, this was divine justice. Intervention from some deity saving me the trouble of doing it myself. Come on, Mr. Johnson. He lost me my job. I was unemployed for a damn long time. Wallace Baroque only hired me at last because he wants the drop on Playfair. Providence has a habit of hiring other companies' cast-offs, at least for short-term employment. I wouldn't give him what he wanted, but he didn't fire me. I'm a good worker. It's working out. Who is your victim in the murder game? Jill Campbell with a plastic bag. I don't know if I was supposed to put it over her head or pop it behind her. Don't suppose it matters. Why is he asking everyone about their victim? And are we sure this guy got strangled with a cord and not suffocated? That would leave the same injuries except the neck. Do we have injuries around the neck? We must, because it's not like the cord is sitting by the body and the doctor's like, oh, he was strangled. There's no evidence. The cord is not in sight. So the evidence on the body must be that there was a cord. All right, but so I didn't give him what he wanted. This sounds like this person wants information. So who hired him again? Providence has a hiring other companies. Wally Baroque. I think I'm narrowing down to Jill Campbell and Wally Baroque because those are the two that seem like they've hired this guy Jill Campbell. Let's take a look at this. Jill Campbell and Wally Baroque at Providence. They have the unnamed game. And this guy saying they hired me, but I wouldn't give them what they wanted, which I think was to like steal the rules. I think this company here at Providence with Jill and Wally Baroque were trying to kill off this game and steal it. So we may have to look into that again. All right, so Thad Johnson got hired by them, by Providence. He wouldn't give them what they wanted. I guess we write down. Hired by Providence. Wouldn't give them what they wanted, but they still didn't fire him. I think they wanted him to steal the rules. All right, let's try talking to Nelson, who's the press person. He may not be in his room. He may be in the club. So this may be a no clue. 23 goes to 92. 92 goes to 25. Okay, there is an entry for it. All right, let's see what this guy gets. I think this guy's a press guy. All right, so he's talking to us, pressman to pressman. He says, "So what exactly do you publish, Nelson?" We say. Nelson Sarencian tipped up the bottle of Coke and took a swallow before answering. "Do you know what a fanzine is, Nick?" "No, not really." "It's usually produced on bond paper, no photos, no gloss, typewritten instead of typeset, because that's what the publishers can afford. They're mostly young people interested in some subject. Mine is called Polydice, because my readers and I are into gaming. You use polydice, or multi-sided dice, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20, and 30 siders instead of only sixers. Know what a two-sided die looks like?" Nick shook his head. Nelson reached into a pocket. "Here's one," he said, and solemnly opened his hand. There was a penny on his palm. Nelson chortled, "2 sides." "And how did you come to be on this train?" "Well, it's a school break for me, and I had enough money for the next term without having to scrounge for a job right now, so I called up my Uncle Dave. He works with Mr. Baroque at Providence." Another Wallace Baroque contact. "There was room for 2 people left, and I got one of the berths. I called myself press because there's nothing special about one or more computer science student." He sighed. "It would have been great. I was going to off Bob Fieldcrest of Playfair. They gave me a real switchblade. Haunted, of course, but it's a real one. The props are great." I mean, I don't see anything useful in there for us, but let me just, that's Saracenian, so he's not a real press. He was invited by, why was he invited? I know who invited him, but why did they invite him? So he's not really a member of the press. He's a student invited by the company I'm suspicious of, Providence. But why did they invite him again? $23 to $92, $92 to $25. He publishes a fanzine. How did you come to be on the train? It's school break, and I have enough money for next term, so I called up my Uncle Dave, who works with Bill, with Will Baroque at Providence. Okay, so he's just got a connection. So he wasn't really invited. He got himself the connection. Jonathan is just saying what it took me a while to figure out. Yes. Providence is hosting the whole event, so it makes sense. Lots of ties back to Providence and Baroque. Yes, good. And his Uncle Dave was a friend. That's all. That's correct. All right, so we finished up this whole car. We've got 3 rooms left and 25. So let's make our way to the front of the car. Let's check out Frank, unless someone has a better idea. 14 goes to 116. 116 goes to 35. We're just exhaustively knocking on the doors now because we got no better reason to do things in any different order. I wouldn't say I'm frustrated by this game as much as I would say that I'm just sort of like, there doesn't seem to be any way to do anything other than just visit, or reason to do anything to go anywhere. And it says he does make a comment about the props. The props are great, could mean that you could use them to kill someone for real, like the cord, so the whole thing could have been prepared for the real murder. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, so we're at Frank Eagles. Frank Eagles says, I don't remember if we have made a card for Frank Eagles yet. I don't think we did. So Frank Eagles says, I don't know anything except I'm here. Frank Eagles peered at Nick, pushing his glasses back up the bridge of his nose with one finger. Carl and I signed up together. Sounded like fun. I don't play games on weekends like my associates at Time and Space Rules. So he's a friend of Time and Space. I garden. I swim at a health club, and I've been working at my job for over 10 years. I've seen a lot of kids burn out. How well did you know Don Beekman, we say? Not too well. Thad Johnson and I used to be pals, but he's got some real problems these days, so I leave him alone. He has a positive mania against Beekman. Though I like his co-designer better, Bree Harcourt. A real knockout, isn't she? His co-designer? So she says. Claims that riding the rails is half hers. I never know with Don. Rumors about him are like sparks around electricity, natural occurrences. Thad Johnson, I used to be pals, but he's got some real problems these days, so I leave him alone. He has a mania against Beekman. And then he tells us the same thing that Brianna Harcourt admitted herself, that she says she's the co-designer, and she wanted to steal the rules to see which are hers. He says Thad Johnson. We already know that Thad Johnson hates Beekman, right? Isn't that what didn't he admit to that? And he says Brianna Harcourt claims to co-author Ride the Rails. All right. Thad Johnson Who did we just talk to? Frank Eagles. All the way here. All right, let's talk to Len Sanders then. 10 goes to 1, and Frank Eagles was 14. Okay, 10 goes to 1, 1 goes to 97. It's odd that we have it, that there's only like 3 more places and something better click into place. Otherwise, we don't know. There's some important piece we might be missing, understanding, but we might as well do these first. Sure, I'd be happy to, Len Sanders said. My victim was to be Don Beekman, and my weapon's a gun. He displayed a bright pink squirt gun. Guess I was supposed to point this at him and say bang. There's no plug, so I can't fill it up. With Don as my mark, I'd have been tempted to put red ink in it and ruin his precious shirt. He used to brag that all his clothes were made to order, but I don't believe it. Who could afford that? Sounds as though you resented him. I shouldn't, but he seemed to get all the best assignments, while the employee who had been with the company longer and full-time got stuck with mundane editorial work. And he did a lot more freelancing than most of us do. Out of 40 employees and regulars, Don scored more hits than all but 5 of us. Bob Fieldcrest is one of the 5. So he's saying Bob Fieldcrest did well. So he has no reason to kill Don. Did you get along with him? Oh yeah, and we hide behind him. He was one of the only ones who could take Beekman for long. I don't know how he did it. Maybe he finally snapped and strangled Beekman himself. He threatened to, about once a month regularly, and it was like a game. About 3 days before payday, Don would start up and he'd follow people yammering. Bob would walk around with his hands over his ears. Sandals chortled at the memory. Never a dull moment around here. A dull what? You name it. He says, never a dull around here. A dull what? You name it. Okay, well, I mean, there's nothing here of any importance to us, is there? Len Sanders just says, you know, maybe Bob Fieldcrest killed him in frustration. Which makes no sense. None. He just needs the rules for publishing. Yeah, we may have to read that comment by the doctor and see. But whether he strangled or not, I don't think we have any evidence about who did it. All right, so that was Frank. We've only got 2 more rooms to visit. Oh, and then this room. Is this going to be it? Is this room going to be the secret? Weird. All right, let's talk to Arthur 18. We might as well do this and see what happens. 18 goes to 111. This is a very weird ending. Okay, 111 is 66. Unless there's a bug. You gotta wonder how many people on the planet played this game. More than 20? I wonder. Okay, so here we meet Arthur Clearwater. Let's see what Arthur says. I'm with the New York Times, Arthur Clearwater said, as if that explained everything. Clearwater was a distinguished-looking man of late middle age. He says to us, I never heard of Game World. We're very small, Nick said. I received an invitation to this event from Wallace Baroque. He interned with the Times while he was in college. A tiny little smile twitched at the corners of Clearwater's mouth. I was pleased that he remembered me and my affection for trains. Must say I never expected anything like this to happen. Nor did any of us, I'm certain. Were you assigned your murder victim? Yeah, I think so. But I threw the slip away when Mr. Beekman's body was found. Quite a number of differing opinions on the murdered man. Says I threw the slip away when Mr. Beekman's body was found. He doesn't seem to have tread the middle ground very often. Well put. Yeah, the opinions are all black or white for Mr. Donald Beekman. I think it will make an interesting story, but more for the Daily News than the Times. I'll have to consider my outline carefully. Have you any opinion as to who done it? Clearwater said, smile appearing again. None. Except perhaps for that angry young man who appears to have been replaced in his former job by the victim. Johnson, his name is. I'm going to talk with him later myself. So he thinks Thad Johnson did it. I don't believe it. All right, so this is Arthur Clearwater. Now, Arthur Clearwater says something a little bit interesting, right? He says, were you assigned your murder victim? Yes. Threw away slip. What is that? What is the slip? Threw away slip. When his body was found. Then he blames Thad Johnson. I mean, you can see why if you wanted to murder him, you might throw this whole party thing just so that he wouldn't mind someone getting behind him and trying to kill him. But boy, some thin stuff. The slip says who to murder and with what weapon. I see, good. And John says, Drunk Tiger had a good point above. There's no word on the train that Beckman was strangled, just that he died. Why did Len say strangled? That's a very good point. Where is Len? Let's read that again. Let's make a note of that. So, you're saying when we talked to Len Sanders, that's 10. 10 goes to 1, 1 goes to 97. So you're saying we talked to Len Sanders. My victim was to be Don Beekman, and my weapon is a gun. I was supposed to point it and say bang. Used to brag. Sounds as though you resented him. Says I shouldn't. He got all the best assignments. Did you get along? Bob Fieldcrest was his boss. Did you get along well with Bob Fieldcrest? He says, oh yeah. Sometimes we hid behind him. I don't know. He's the only one who could take Beekman. Maybe he finally snapped and strangled Beekman himself. He threatened to about once a month. Okay, let's make a note of this. This is an interesting idea. When Sanders mentions maybe when Bob Fieldcrest strangled him, and then he says he threatens to once a month. Okay, you could read that two ways, right? One way is you could read it as him, did he know that the guy got strangled? And then that would imply he killed him? Or is he revealing to us that Bob Fieldcroft, the guy who hired us, threatens to strangle him every month? And he's just revealed that. Who is this Times guy? Did we hear about him before? Yeah, I guess we heard about him in the press. He's one of the press junket people. Let's read our final things and then we can talk about this. So we've got, that was Arthur Clearwater, and now we've got one more. One more, and then the big room that we haven't been in. Mike Daniels is next. So 19 goes to 43. 43 goes to 87. Beekman? Mike Daniels asked. Never heard of him. Pause. You don't believe me, do you? He grinned disarmingly. No, says Nick, matching the grin. I didn't think so. Don and I were good drinking buddies. We understood each other, so we got into some fights. You never got into an argument with a friend? It was loud, but it didn't mean anything. He was my buddy. No other reason? Like what? No offense he had given you? Aw, come on. What have you heard? Must be that damned McAfee woman. She's always imagining things. It had to do with your wife, Nick admitted, but I didn't hear it from Miss McAfee. You might just be getting it secondhand. I'd have bumped her off myself. I applied to her for money to start my own consulting firm, and she turned me down. When I asked for a reason, she wouldn't give me one. Said she knew things about me. I don't know what. Are you still trying to start your own company? I thought of it. Don said he'd have money this weekend to help bankroll me. He owed me a pile, but this advance would be far beyond what he borrowed. What a pal. But he didn't have any with him. I guess someone took it from him. I heard there was a thief on the train. You did? Nick asked, trying to look nonchalant but mildly interested. His mind raced with panic. I did. I heard it in the club car. Someone said they saw someone sneaking into Don's compartment. They didn't know if it was before or after he was found dead. Too much confusion, you know? I think this is us they're talking about. Before or after he was found dead. I think that's us. Because we went in there after he was found dead, right? Alright, this is kind of bizarre. That sounded, though, like it was telling us about that our guy thought he was was coming into money. Like, was he selling the rules to this other company? That was Mike Daniels, 19. 19 to 43. I just want to look at that again. 43 to 87. All right, so we talked to Mike Daniels, who's a drinking pal of our guy who got killed. And he says that Don Beekman was going to lend him money. He says, we heard you having an affair with your wife or something. He's like, I don't care about my wife. I would have killed her myself. And then he says, Don said he'd have money. So Don Beekman said he'd have money. He didn't have it on him. I think he was planning to get paid by Providence, maybe. And then I think we may need to reread that scene about how our guy goes into the room with him. How long was he in that room? I don't think he was in it long enough to do it. Drunk Tiger says 100 clues in the book and we've read 30 maybe. There's over 100 clues in the book, but they're for all 4 cases combined. All 4 cases are interspersed in this book. Jonathan says, have we been to Patty Lloyd's cabin yet? Let me see. Pat Lloyd, apparently we have. Yes, 20 went to 60. 60 went to 7. Oh, I don't see it marked here. Let me see. Let's see. Maybe I miswrote it. No, apparently we didn't. Somehow I marked it, but I must have marked the wrong one because we didn't read it. Good catch, Jonathan. All right, let's see what Pat Lloyd says. No, I didn't pay him back, Patrick Lloyd said, turning his back on Nick as he unpacked. I don't have the money. I won't or wouldn't have it for quite a while. I've got other debts, and Beekman originally said he'd wait. Originally? Yeah, the bastard changed the rules on me a few days ago, demanded all the money right away, wouldn't say why. All conversation with him were always one-sided, his. Lloyd stared belligerently over his shoulder at Nick, told me if I didn't pay him today, he'd get me canned in front of industry witnesses. That would be bad. Well, yeah. Lloyd softened a bit as he considered the consequences. In fact, it isn't so bad in front of reporters as it is with Providence here. I wanted to change jobs from Playfair to Providence. Wally would dump me on my head if Beekman talked, and he would have, too. Did anyone else know about your predicament? Well, Elaine did. Elaine Robinson. She's a good friend of mine. I think Fieldcrest knew or suspected. Beekman wanted him to garnish my wages until all his money was paid back. But Fieldcrest has always said private debts are no business of his. Oh, and Werner, Tom Werner at Providence, too. I've been talking with him about the job. He felt I could get an advance against salary to pay for moving and to settle some of my debts. He thought Beekman was a jerk. Well, this is a long entry. I asked what kind of debts, Nick asked. Sure, why not? My baby boy was born with a heart murmur. A serious one. I had to borrow enormous sums to pay for the operations, plural, but it all worked out. He's fine now. Oh, good. Nick peered around the compartment. You have your briefcase here. Were you planning to work even in the midst of the game? No immediate sign of rule sheets, but he could look later. Oh, sure. How much real activity do you think each killer has? I've got a project due last week, you know, but someone already did mine for me. I had Beekman. And what was your weapon? Nick asked, interested. Poison. Someone cheated. Boy, that's a long entry, but I mean, it's just yet another motive for a person. I don't see anything out there that jumps out. He owed money to Beekman, and he suddenly said he had to pay him back today. Otherwise, he'll get you fired. I wanted to change up. I mean, this guy's got a great motive, but what was your weapon? Poison. Let's see it. Let's confirm that that was his real weapon. So Lloyd says he had Beekman and poison. Lloyd. Oh, that's weird. That's not right. That's not right. That's not who he's got. He doesn't have Beekman. Did I? Lloyd, poison, Kara. Were you planning to do work even in the midst of the game? He says, sure, how much real activity do you think each killer has? I got a project due last week, you know. And then he says, someone already did mine for me. I had Beekman. And what was your weapon? And he says, poison. Someone cheated. But his assignment on that card was not Beekman. Patrick Lloyd, number 73, says he owed Beekman money, and he says in the game he had Beekman with poison. But on the list, and I've now checked both lists, on the list, Lloyd has poisoned Kara McAfee. What is that all about? Well, let's go to this one room we haven't been in. I don't know why. We don't know anyone in here. So we're just going to go into it and see what happens. 25 goes to 109, and 109 goes to 69. So we walk into this giant caboose. It says, the little car was empty. There was no one there. Nick looked around. It was an older caboose, the wooden slats showing that they had been painted many times over the years. There were benches on the long side walls, no more than boxes with padded leather seats. It was a utilitarian car, practical but far from comfortable. Nick began to search the room. The first aid box on the wall and the fire alarm box yielded nothing. It wasn't until he pried up one of the seats that he discovered they were hollow under the leather tops. Tacked to the bottom of a leather pad was a thin sheaf of bond paper that had once had edges attached along perforations, computer paper, a printout. He unfolded the sheets and examined them. The top line said, "Riding the Rail" by Donald Beekman. Nick smiled, folded the pages together, and stuck them into his pocket. Okay. So, I'm not happy about this mystery room being the whole thing, but now we've got some interesting stuff going on. Now we've got at least the hints of some interesting thing for us to figure out. So we found the rules in room 25. So we've been to every room, I believe, now. So we know who stole the rules. She admitted it. She says, I hid them where you'll never find them, or the last place you'd ever look. And it was the last place we looked. And we now found them. And the reason she stole them, she told us, was because she's the co-author and she wanted to see what rules he had stolen from her, etc. Now, we've got a couple of, we're trying to find out who killed him. We've got a couple of things that are sticking in our craw. Firstly, someone burned something in the engine. A woman with dark hair. I believe we're told she's got dark hair. We don't know what that is. Now that we know it's not the rules, we don't know what that is. The second very odd thing is this guy we just talked to, who's got good motive to kill him because he owes him lots of money, told us that he had Beekman and he was supposed to poison Beekman. But we know in reality he had Kara. Let's go read the scene of the murder by the doctor again and see if we're really sure he was strangled. Okay. We go, let's see. He introduces us. We go to Bomberg's room. I just knocked. He was bragging about getting into the engine compartment a while ago. I'll bet he's up there, driving the engineers nuts. Catch you later for a drink. We knock on his door. Maybe he's asleep. We say, oh, maybe he's up by the engine, like the guy said. You want me to try to get the rules now? And Fieldcrest says, good idea. He turns the handle, he goes in, and immediately backs straight out. And he says, he's dead. He's been strangled. Okay. He walks in, he immediately sees him, and he walks right out. Then they make a seal. They sat with Bob in the farthest set of matched recliners in the club car watching. He says, that's the end. They'll take everything in the cabin, impound it. I'll never get the rules. My company will be ruined. Someone's decided to start the murder game early. We should try to solve it. Dad Johnson hated him. Alright. And then we talk to the doctor. Let's go see what the doctor told us. Werner's the doctor, I think. And then we have that one clue that we didn't have expertise on that maybe we need to go reread. Trying to reread the doctor's thing. Dr. Callow. 17 goes to 50. 50 goes to 41. Let's reread the doctor's statement. And then I'll check up on the comments here. Nothing in Tallow's possession stirred any notion in Nick. There was a message jotted in a small notebook in the doctor's little black bag, which read, Beckman, strangulation, heavy cord or coated electrical cable, no weapon at hand, cyanosis of features, protruding tongue, typical, not self-inflicted. Death occurred within the hour of examination, body not entirely cool yet. Who are you, Nick Velvet? Oh yes, you found the body. How unlucky. I want to ask you some questions. He says, I suppose there's no doubt that Don Beekman died of strangulation, is there? He says, no, there's not. Why? I'm talking to a few other people, seems to have been universally disliked. It was strangulation, classic symptoms. It didn't take him very long to die, and it wasn't pretty at all. After I got through examining him, I had quite a to-do with some of the more squeamish passengers. Miss Robinson is a patient of mine. She's 3 months pregnant, just at the state where she loses at least one meal a day. She fainted because he's the father. That's that. Let me look in the chat because I'm lost. Could burn the original slip of paper that was supposed to go to Lloyd. Yes, someone changed the slips and burned it. Someone working for the murder game organizer. Harcourt had a cord as her murder weapon in the game. Could she just be burning the murder weapon? I think they made Lloyd the suspect because of his known debt to Beekman by giving him a fake slip of paper with Beekman's name. How does giving someone a slip, like, it's clear there's a lot going on here with this murder mystery game, but how does that help you? Like, how does giving someone a target or not, how does that help you murder them? The only thing it would do is explain why you were in the room, like why you were found in the room with someone. But it doesn't help you otherwise. It would just give you a reason for having a weapon. Let's take a look at, if he got Beekman, someone had Clara. Maybe that's the way to look at it. Like, he says he was supposed to get Kara, right? This guy Lloyd was supposed to get poison Kara McAfee. If instead he got Beekman, then the real murderer will be someone with a rope who had Kara. Do we have such a person? We have Harcourt, who's got a cord and Nick. We've got Velvet, who's got a cord and Beekman. So we were Beekman. Our thing said Beekman. Everyone gets one person, right? He said he was supposed to poison. I wonder if there was someone else who had stated that we didn't double check. Let's see. Jonathan says, Harcourt had a cord as her murder weapon in the game. Could she just be burning the murder weapon? We've also got a cord that's on the floor with liquid on it, which could be saliva. In which case, that would be the murder weapon. I'd be more inclined to believe that you're burning the assignment. Anna says, I think they made Lloyd the suspect because of his known debt, giving him a fake slip of paper with Beekman's name, but why? How does that benefit you? Then Jonathan says, I still wonder if we're not supposed to be accounting for the 3 chords mentioned in the game. But where are those chords? We've been to every room. Then Jonathan says, to clarify, I'm saying Harcourt may have murdered Beekman with the prop she had, the cord. Then she went to the fire and burned it, unaware there were other cords even in play. The assignment was a single slip. It wasn't 2 slips. A target and a weapon on 7 slips, so I don't know how this theory holds. Our secretary, who keeps everything in careful order, she gave us a carbon copy of the assignments. And the conductor has one for some reason. Has the original, I guess, in a sealed envelope. So the secretary, Campbell, she knows who's got everyone. Who handed out the assignments? Is it possible that you're like, I know someone's got violent tendencies, so I'm going to give them the job of strangling Beekman for pretend, but I'm hoping that they're going to really do it? And so you fake the slip of information. Can a woman strangle him with a cord? That's very hard to do. Then it was weird. We found the cord. Let's read the description of the cord. When we look at the cord, we can see there were knots on it. It was when we went into his room. So 3 went to 9, 9 went to 8. We put on gloves, we go into his room. The rules were not in it. There's a date book, staff meeting, finances, B and I to negotiate. Murder game. Grand Central, track 14. Where did we find at the club cars where we must have found the thing? 24 goes to 27. 27 goes to 33. This is where we found the cord. Let's read this again. As Nick walked up to the bar, he noticed something out of the corner of one eye. He bent to examine an object that had been carelessly thrown or left under one of the chairs. It's a heavy silk cord, the sort used for tying curtains back. Since it was new, Nick had no trouble seeing where knots had been tied and then untied, and where a clear liquid had marked the strands and then dried. He sat down with the cord draped over his hand, sure he was holding the murder weapon. But who had left it here? Seated at the bar, drinking, is Kara McAfee. She seemed to be lost in thought. Behind her, I think we need to go reread Kara McAfee. McAfee was supposed to have a chord prop. So here's something to think about. It's not B and it's B and I to negotiate, which could have been Bob Fieldcroft, his boss, or the other one. Why those knots? I don't know, but I do want to point out something. Our guy, one of our guys, I forget who it is, says, I was supposed to poison Beekman, right? And when we look on the list, it actually says that he was supposed to poison Kara McAfee. Is it possible that Kara is going to kill Beekman, and so she needs to make sure no one's, on her trail? Like no one's following her around. And so she changes the guy who normally has her and gives him someone else so that she's free to walk around without being followed. But then why would she give him her target? That would make her target that much harder to get alone. Let's go visit her again. She's seen here staring off into nothingness. Kara McAfee is 22. Oh, that's the one that we couldn't talk to her. That's kind of weird. 22 goes to 107, and 107 says no clue. Why can we not meet her? Let's go look at that one thing that said if you're an expert, read 4. Let's read what that was. See if that's a game. Something broken. Nick drew his wallet partway out of his breast pocket and peered into it. His fingers extracted a bill, slipped it into his side pocket. Without alluding to his actions, he asked the conductor, if you saw her again, do you think you could pick her out? Maybe, sir. If I looked hard, I think it was one of the ladies from the second sleeping car, the tall lady. So we did already see that. Somehow. 2 different ways to see that. I don't know. This is a weird situation. All right, I think what we'll do is we'll take a little 8-minute break and then we'll come back. Maybe all of us can sort of stretch our brains a little bit. We'll come back. Maybe we'll have the candy taste testing and we'll see if something comes to us, because this is just a bizarre situation where we've been to every clue. We must be missing something. I feel like I'm going to be frustrated when I read the solution, but maybe we really are missing something. All right, we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll have a candy taste testing. We'll try to solve this. See if you can figure out what are we missing. All right, well, we're back. We've been playing for almost 5 hours, which is mystifying because this seemed like it was going to be so short and straightforward, and we're quite confused by the ending of this. We're talking in the chat about sort of shots in the dark, but it's clear that we are all confused and frustrated by this case. I give it a 20% chance that there are bugs and problems in this case that are going to make us very angry when we read it. Anne and I were both agreeing that we blame Jill Campbell, the secretary who's got the records of this murder game. And they're the people who seem like they might be afraid to let this other competitor come to market. She was going to be promoted. I was thinking maybe was there poison on the rope? Is that what that dried liquid was? And somehow someone strangled him and it poisoned him. Then you would think maybe that guy who let it out that he was poisoning him, but we don't understand what the significance of the guy who says he had Beekman with poison. Is it possible that it's like this? Okay, here's an idea. I'm going to get to Jonathan's comment in a second. We meet the guy who owes Beekman money, who's got good motive. And he says, my assignment was to poison Beekman, but someone killed him before I had a chance. Is it possible that the designers of the game, the people, the Harcourt, the Jill Campbell, whatever, that they secretly give this guy an envelope that says poison Beekman, and here's your poison, or poison Beekman, let's just say. right? And then on the official list, he's supposed to poison Kara. He's not supposed to poison Beekman on the official list. And now what's going to happen is he didn't get strangled, he got poisoned, and they're going to blame this guy. And that what she did was she threw out the slip that said he had poison. Like, I'm trying to think, like, did they set this guy up to be the scapegoat? But boy, that's convoluted. All right, I'm gonna have some little chocolate here while we're trying to figure this out. The list is key. The one who had a copy is the killer, ergo Jill, with her copy. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here while we're still thinking. Doctor knew he died by strangulation. Yes, it sure seems like he died by strangulation. All right, here we have some candy. I think I only got 4 kinds. So this is one kind. Here's another. Here's another. This is something else. So let me see what these are here. Let me take one of each. I don't know. Are these all different? This one looks a little different. Let's try that. I am very confused by this case. Very confused. Natina Logan says, Natina, that's a hard name for me to pronounce. Did the last person get the prop poison? The conductor is giving the props. McAfee is not with the other press people. She's sitting at another table. Yeah, she's sitting at another table looking off into space. We're not allowed to search her room. When we go to her room, it just says no clue available. So that makes me very suspicious of her too. Also, she was the one that the guy actually did have a target to poison. So I don't know why. That's a little bit of a coincidence. Okay, so what we got here is, remember, these are presumably homemade candies. We've got milk chocolate with coconut. I think this is rum. This looks like a nougat of some kind, and this is chocolate and caramel. So I'm going to try this one first since I don't know what this is. This is a delicious maple. So it's a milk chocolate maple. I think this one's rum. Let's try this one. Normally, candy would fuel my ability to solve this case. It's like an alcoholic rum. It's a little too boozy for my taste. All right, let's try this coconut. It's hard to go wrong with milk chocolate and coconut. That's good. It tastes like a Mounds bar. I wouldn't say it's that much better than a Mounds bar. Might as well buy a Mounds bar. And here we have some chocolate caramel. Pretty thick. Quite good. Although I think when I think of the elegant handmade chocolates, I think of a little softer caramel. Okay. So we've eaten the chocolates. I would say they're good. I'm not really an expert on the homemade chocolates. Homemade's not the right word. Custom handmade chocolates. But I don't feel like I've got any additional ability to solve this case. Let me check in with the chat. Someone must be able to figure this out. Did the last person get the prop poison? We're told that the props are very realistic. Anna says, I also thought they made Lloyd the scapegoat with that false assignment, although why doesn't he have this paper? Why did they steal it from him if they did? The tall lady could have burned her prop cord. Let's reread the statement about the lady found burning something in the engine. And then Jonathan had a good point, like maybe we need to make sure we've read everything. Okay. Let us read the engine compartment. 1 goes to 41. 41 goes to 23. Nick climbed over the old-fashioned wooden coal car, empty, thankfully. He emerged dusty and coughing at the back of the train's engine. 2 engineers seated on piles of wood in front of the stokehold gave him a brief once-over. You another enthusiast? Not me. Have you had a lot of them up here? Just a few. One big heavy fellow, talked a lot. He knows these old trains to talk about, but he don't know how hard it is to run them or maintain them. This is going to be our guy Beekman. Then the other guy says, what about that girl? Oh yeah, tall, pretty thing. She threw something in the fire. I was afraid it was an accident. I told her there was no way she'd ever get that back, and she said, good. She was looking around for some fellow. She sounded worried. Okay, good catch. I forget who it was that said she didn't just throw something away. She was looking for someone. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a new list here. Sorry, I don't know if you heard me read it. I'm going to make a new list of the things that we don't understand the significance of. I'm going to put 2 lists. They seem identical. And then one guy, I forget his name, said he was to poison Beekman, and someone beat him to it. And then we've got the tall lady burning an item, and then also the tall lady scared looking for someone. Okay, we also don't understand the significance of the dried liquid on rope or of the knots on the rope. I don't know if that suggests that, okay, it wasn't a prop rope because it had knots in it where it was used to tie back curtains. Maybe that's what it's telling us, that it's not a prop rope. Why does it have a dried, clear liquid? That dried, clear liquid could be poison, could be saliva. It was raining, there was flooding. It was raining, and Jonathan Warner says, yeah. Why is that so significant? How does that help us? How is that relevant for us? Maybe it's trying to point to being a cord for window curtains, open window rain. I guess, but would you really see a dried, cleared liquid on the rope if it was rain? Like, it's either going to dry and be gone or be wet. Water is not going to be a dried, clear liquid. If it's a clear liquid that dries, how would you spot it? Well, like if it was glue, if it was something that hardened to a little bit of a shell, you would see a dried, clear, glue-like substance on the rope. So, guy walks in, he says he's there, he's dead. Doctor comes, he says, at all the earmarks of strangulation. The tongue is stuck out of the mouth. But he doesn't describe any ligatures around the neck, right? Remember, we ran into some guy that said plastic bag was the way some people were supposed to be killed. Like maybe they were supposed to suffocate them. Wouldn't you die in the same way if you had a plastic bag over your neck? But maybe your tongue wouldn't get stuck out. But he doesn't talk about, why doesn't he describe the ligature marks around his neck? This is a real doctor, right? Let me see if I can make sure we've read everything, although this is a bit of a pain in the butt. Let's see. 41 goes to 23. Just going to quickly, while you guys are solving this case, I'm going to quickly see if I can check if we've gone everywhere. 68 is no. 9 is 8. 97, nothing. 38 is 92. Jill has one. She never loses anything. She's a great assistant. She'll be president of Providence eventually. 102, no clue. 56 is 27. That's Jill Campbell. Let's read Jill Campbell's again. Jill Campbell's compartment was painfully neat, no sign of her clothing or her luggage. How did you put everything away? She said, you never saw my studio apartment. I thought you were with Providence. She says, yeah, I'm not in that apartment anyway. I owe Wally everything. He helped you get your job and find my apartment and get settled and help with salary negotiation. I know what people are saying, especially the lies Donald Beekman spread about me. But really, I want to marry Tom Werner, hinting that he's going to marry me. I saw him talking to Donald. He hasn't spoken to me since. I'm worried. I'm frightened of Donald Beekman because of all the damage. He'd tell you something just because he knew you would believe it. He nearly kept me from taking the job in Providence. Do you have a list of players? She says, of course. She rummaged in a tiny briefcase. Here I have a carbon. She's got a carbon. Boy, it's surprising that the carbon matches the one the conductor has. Okay. Is it possible that Jill Campbell isn't in it, but her boss is, and her boss is trying to have her catch the blame so she doesn't take over the job that he wants? Let's continue. 9 was in 101. 101 was 48. And Tom Werner doesn't believe it. Ten was in 1 was 97. But there were 3 chords, so it could be anyone's chord, right? My victim was to be Don Beekman, and my weapon is a gun. Wait a second. Why does everyone have Don Beekman? How can that be? Here we are talking to Len Sanders. Okay, something's wrong here with this list. Look, we didn't write this down, but here's another mismatch. Here we are talking to Len Sanders, and look what he says. He says, my victim was Don Beekman. My weapon is a gun. And he shows the squirt gun. I guess I was supposed to point it and say bang. There's no plug. I can't fill it up. But if you look at what he was really assigned, he says Beekman with gun. But if you look at what he was assigned, Sanders was assigned a gun, yes, but Thad Johnson was supposed to be his target. That's wrong. Where's Thad Johnson's target? He was supposed to kill Thad Johnson with a gun, not Beekman. Johnson was supposed to kill Jill Campbell with a plastic bag. Who was the other person that we got wrong? It was the person who had a good motive, right? That was the person that owed money. Who was that? Was it Mike Daniels? 19 to 43, 87. Who was our other person? Pat Lloyd? 20 to 60, 60 to 73. Pat Lloyd. Yeah, okay, so Pat Lloyd says Beekman with poison, which is wrong. It should be Kara. So in both of these cases, this was 73. In both of these cases, these people got, their method didn't change, but their target changed. And they both got their target changed to Beekman. Gun and poison. And of course, we were also assigned Beekman with rope. Here's the duplicate list again. Maybe we need to check that over and make sure. I checked it once. Knife, Elaine Robinson, gun, Thad. Cord, Nick Velvet, Lloyd, poison, Kara, Fieldcrest, backpack. Just double checking these match again. Fieldcrest, backpack, Frank Eagles, Cord, Don Beekman, acid, Werner, candlestick, Mel Edison, Addison, heavy, Cambriana, Eagles, Cleaver, Robinson, crossbow, tallow, poison dart, Arthur, Clearwater, gasoline, Len Sanders, chloroform, Tom Werner, alkali tablets, Lloyd, plastic bag, Joe Campbell, cord, switchblade, Bob, Fieldcrest, Beckman, acid bars. That's all fine. We stacked by the conductor's room. Do you have the list of victims and weapons from the murder game? Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I do. Sealed envelope. I'm not supposed to open it. You may as well. We tear open the envelope. There's the list. One of the ladies tried to bribe me. Told her I couldn't. She has dark hair. Did everyone get joke slips that say kill Beekman, but the one person who actually says what's on the list is suspicious? The two got the false assignment. The two men who had strong motive to kill Beekman smells like scapegoat. Is it possible that we missed someone else also had the wrong address, the wrong information? I keep thinking, is there some way that they killed this guy by giving props to people? Like, did they put some poison, some real poison, some real... Did they get these people to kill him without knowing they were killing him? But why would you, why not just, why is the list, why would they have to change what was on that list, what their assignments were? What's the point of that? How does that benefit you? The only way I can think of it benefiting you is my theory before. Like, you take people that would be targets and you change them so that those people are free to act. Like, this guy says, this guy was supposed to kill Thad Johnson, but his slip was changed to Beekman. This guy was supposed to kill Kara, but was switched to Beekman. So that means that Thad and Kara are now, no one's following them. No one's trying to find them. That might make it easier for them to move around. On the other hand, you've now pointed 2 more people to Beekman, which is going to make it harder for you to get alone with Beekman. That's just bizarre. Just like they're lying, so hey, they're suspicious. Like when police interrogates them, they would ask, why are you lying? What are you hiding? So you're saying it would just make them suspicious that they're pretending. I guess it does make them kind of suspicious if they're walking around searching for Beekman's room. Then you're like, oh, why were you in Beekman's room? You had no reason to be. And they're like, oh yeah, I had him on my target. And then you're like, no, you didn't. So you lied about it. So maybe this would be a good, like, these people are not the criminals. They're just being scapegoated. This gets back to our scapegoat idea. I think that's not a bad theory, that someone just faked their list to make them look suspicious. But that would be, that would put, again, the blame right on the secretary again, right? Like our secretary who can manipulate the lists is our number 1 person again. Jill Campbell. Jill Campbell, painfully neat, spread some stuff. She likes here I have a carbon. I got something else interesting for you. Okay, I got something else interesting for you. All right, see what you make of this. Imagine they're going to the people making this game, Providence, who are in charge of this mystery train murder thing, are trying to kill our guy. I want you to notice something. Okay, look at this. Look at this. This is a very awkward clue, but look at this. Okay, here's our list, right? Now, look how interesting this is. Just look at the murder weapons. One knife. No one else has a knife. Gun. No one else has a gun. Poison. No one else has poison. There's a poison dart, but no one else has poison. Acid. There's 2 acids. Candlestick. No one else has candlestick. Cane. No one else has cane. Cleaver. No one else has cleaver. Crossbow. No one else has crossbow. Gasoline. No one else has gasoline. Chloroform. In other words, everything is unique. But then there are 3 chords? Doesn't that sound fishy? But there are 2 acids, it's true. But like this almost sounds like what you would do if you wanted to make it harder for police to track it down, because you've used 3 chords, you've like spread chords everywhere. But maybe that's meta, like maybe the gamers just put 3 people with chords to throw us off, and we shouldn't be thinking about it that way. This does put a chord in McAfee's hand and Harcourt's hand. I have a very unpleasant feeling that we're not going to be happy with the solution, but I hope I'm wrong. You guys keep thinking. I'm going to continue my going through the list to make sure we didn't miss anything. 12 goes to 96. 96 goes to 11. Did you get your assignment for your murder? Brianna Harcourt, from what I've seen. I'll need the whole length of this cane to cream her. She's a tall one. Let's just make sure he's got the right thing. Addison says Brianna Harcourt with a cane. Addison. Yeah, that's right. What do you want to know about Don Beekman? Brianna Harcourt asked, glaring down from towering height. He was a creep. I'm glad he's dead. Maya asked what's wrong. Suddenly she burst into cheers. He cheated me. Oh, this is the thing about she says she wrote the rules. If we had gotten there early... it says... We're cheating a little bit. If we have gotten there from turns 1 to 8, we would read 30. Let's read 30. Brianna Harcourt stared at Nick down his nose, as she could very well do, being more than 6 feet tall. Who did I draw for the murder game? Why do you want to know? I'm curious. You got nothing to do until the police arrive, so I thought I'd ask around. I never did get my assignment. So we're saying we never get my assignment. She says, well, as a matter of fact, I drew you, and my murder weapon was a silk cord. But Wally must have taken it back. I can't find it now. A look of shock and horror crossed her face. You don't think it was the... Don Beekman was strangled. It had nothing to do with you at all? Nothing. I used to work with him, that's all. So she says, if we had gotten there earlier, we would have gotten that. Wally must have taken it back. My weapon was a silk cord. It's Brianna Harcroft talking. So Brianna Harcroft did have a cord for Nick Velvet. I feel like I might be skipping some of these. 1750, 5041. Strangulation, no doubt. 18111, 11166. He's with the New York Times. I never expected anything like this. I threw the slip away when Mr. Beekman's body was found. Quite a number of differing opinions on the murdered man. So I think it'll make an interesting story. Okay, 1943, 43 to 87. Seems like we've done all these. This is a guy saying, here's the guy saying that Don Beekman was going to bankroll me, but he didn't have any money on him. And he says, I guess someone took it from him. I heard there was a thief on the train. You did? Nick asked, trying to look nonchalant but mildly interested. His mind raced with panic. I did. I heard it in the club car. Someone said they saw someone sneaking into Don's compartment. We assume that's us, but I don't know. Is there something we're missing? Is there another thief? Is there another thief on this train that got hired to do this? Like, is that what it is? Is one of these people a hired murderer who got brought on by this other company to do the murder? And that's who she's looking for in the engine compartment, the hired killer. Who would that be? Who is the odd one out of the people on the train? Or is one of these people not belong? We know Beekman was talking to Werner. We know Beekman wanted money. Did he have dirt on Werner? I'm going with Harcourt. 6'1", could probably strangle a victim with a cord. Sounds like she was burning the cord like Jonathan suggested. The one guy says Wally took it back. I'm gonna, if I have to guess, I'm now gonna guess that it's not Jill Campbell, but that it's Wally running this game. 38, and that he's hired someone to do the murder. Wallace Baroque. He says, I know Don too. He's a well-respected game designer. Don, Bob, and I go way back. We three and another buddy, Ralph Austin, were the four aces. An adventure gaming team second to none. Role players extraordinaire. Ralph has dropped out of the industry. Carl Blomberg had all the stuff to become a fifth ace, but he hit the sauce too hard. Don't say that. There were plenty of people who liked him. Then we say, so a list of all the players, their victims, and weapons. Yeah, I think Jill has one. I entrusted it to her after I made out the slips and found weapons for everyone. Because she never loses anything. She's a great assistant now, but she'll be president of Providence Games one day. I hope she waits until I retire because I'd like a job. I'd like a crack at that job myself. In fact, I'm depending on it. So he made all the slips. And then he gives Jill a copy. But I think that means he's the only one in the position to give people fake slips. So I think he's the ringleader. So I think Wallace Baroque is our ringleader here. He's also the guy that tries to send Nick Velvet away from the guy's room, right? We go and we knock on the door, right? And he's like, oh, he's not in. He went to the engine. Oh, no, wait, that's Bomberg. I just knocked. He was bragging about getting into the engine compartment. Oh, that's Bomberg. Let's meet Wallace Baroque. Across from you is Wallace Baroque of Providence Games. They're the sponsors of the murder game we'll be playing. Next to him is his assistant. Everyone else is financiers, PR, press, manufacturers, friends of all companies. I think we should be looking for the person that Wallace brought on to be a thief and murderer. Now, one of them was a nephew, right, who claimed to be press. 23, 58 on. Where's that guy? Where's the guy who was... I thought he was in 23. 23 to 92. 92. I want to see the guy who says his nephew Dave. Alright, we talked to him. Nelson Sarazenian. Tipped up the bottle of Coke, took a swallow before answering. He says he's a member of a fanzine, Polydice. He jokes to us about dice. It's school break for me. I had enough money for the next term without having to scrounge for a job right now. Called up my Uncle Dave. He works with Mr. Baroque. There was room for 2 people left, and I got one of the berths. I called myself pressed because there's nothing special about one more computer sciences student. I was going to off-Bob Fieldcrest of Playfair. They gave me a real switchblade. Let's just make sure he's the right... He didn't have his stuff changed. Bob Fieldcrest, he says, is his target. Well, that's correct. Could these false slips be separate from the murder plot? Boy, that seems crazy to me. Anna says, you mean Baroque didn't do it himself but hired someone? That was my theory. I wondered if like all the talk of a thief getting into his room might be because he hired someone. But I don't have really good reason for that. So I'm going to go with Baroque. I'm not... What's his target? I'm not sure, you know, how to make sense of the rest of it, but... His target was Lloyd. Let me see if it's possible that Lloyd could have been his partner. Lloyd is 20. 20 goes to 60. 60 goes to 73. I didn't pay him back. I didn't have the money. I have other debts. He changed the rules on me a few days ago, demanded all the money right away. Wouldn't say why. All the conversations are always one-sided. Told me if I didn't pay him today, he'd get me canned. In fact, it isn't so bad in front of reporters as it is with Providence. I wanted to change jobs from Playfair to Providence. Wally would dump me on my head if Beekman talked, and he would have too. Did anyone know about your predicament? Yes, Elaine Robinson. She's a good friend. Fieldcraft knew or suspected. Beekman wanted to garnish my wages. Werner at Providence. I've been talking with him about the job. He felt I could get an advance against my salary to pay for moving. Debts. This kid has a murmur. You have your briefcase here where you're planning to work even in the midst of the game. No immediate sign of rule sheets, but he could look later. She says, oh sure, how much reactivity do you think each killer has? I've got a project due last week, you know, but someone already did mine for me. I had Beekman. What was your weapon? Poison. That's our... Wait. Why do I have Wen Sanders as having Beekman poisoned? Do we have a third person that's got Beekman poisoned? No. No, sorry, that was one of the ones we already recorded. Pat Lloyd. Okay, sorry, I thought we had another one. All right, well, I think it might be time for us to try to solve this. Does anyone think they want to spend a little more time talking this over, looking at anything else? First aid box. The rules are in there. Could it be suicide? No, because there's no rope found. Why would he suicide? And it says we could solve it, I think. Lloyd says Beekman suddenly wanted money, and I think that tracks with Daniels. What's the, Lloyd says Beekman suddenly wanted money, yes. And I think that tracks with Daniels. Explain. Mike Daniels is 19 to 43, 43 to 87. Beekman, he says, never heard of him, just kidding. Don said he'd have money this weekend to help bankroll me. He owed me a pile, but the advance would be far beyond what he borrowed. I guess someone took it from him. I heard there was a thief on the train. That's this theory that someone snuck into his car. So was he getting paid off by the Providence people? But then why would they kill him? John says, Daniel claimed that Beekman was going to fund him, didn't he? Yes. So maybe he was going to sell his game to the other company. But then that would put the person who would kill him to be our guy, Fieldcrest, who we are told has threatened to strangle him many times, once a month, one of our witnesses told us. But what evidence do we have that he's any involved at all? Beekman has a big compartment. I'm across from him. Yeah, I'm feeling myself getting angry at this game. It's always in half due to the fact that it's 90 degrees in this room, which always taxes my patience. "18 passengers wandered aimlessly in and out of the club car. Everyone hates him." 18 passengers, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, guys, you got me. All right, I think we gotta solve it. I'm gonna go for Wallace Baroque, who made up the slips. Everyone else, get your votes in. We're about to, well, we're going to take a break and then we'll read it. All right, so I'm going to give you a break. I'm going to take a break, 8-minute break. We will come back. We will read the solution. So you have 8 minutes to make your final opinions. Get them on the channel, in the chat. We'll read it when we come back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, you're watching Club for Two, and it's time to come up with a solution. Checking in with the chat. John says we could always sleep and come back another day. We have to answer all questions as well. Baroque had the means and opportunities. Motives unclear. I don't think we'll be able to sleep. This case will give us nightmares. Anna says, for me, it just doesn't sound very realistic. I thought the conductor was giving the slips because at the beginning someone told us to go get ours. That's a good point. How did we get ours? Are you going to introduce me to Beekman, or should I introduce myself? He says, I'll take care of that. Do you have your murder weapon and victim for the game yet? The conductor is handing them out. Get him before all the good ones are gone. All different, equally fun. Conductor is handing them out. Well, I think we should try to solve it. Okay, Jonathan is locking in Harcourt. I'm going to lock in Wallace, Baroque, and the assistant, because it seems like I'm gonna say Wallace, Baroque, and his assistant Jill Campbell. But my main suspect is Wallace. No, I better just say Wallace by himself. Although I'm thinking that she's the one in the engine room looking for someone, but okay. Anna's locking in Baroque with me. Natina is saying it's Brianna for me as well. She's the B. I'm locking in Jill Campbell and Brianna Harcourt. So Brianna Harcourt is the co-designer. Jill Campbell is who thinks he's stolen her plans. And Jill Campbell is the assistant to Baroque. Okay. So we got a whole mixture of theories, and here we are about to read the solution. So in the normal back of the book, it's reversed, that you would hold it up to a mirror. I just scanned these without looking at them and did them so we wouldn't have to do that. Okay, here we go. The theft of the train game rules. Nick took the state trooper aside and asked to have a private talk with him. Trooper Barry Ellis listened to Nick for a short time and then made a few investigations of his own. He came back with his knitted almost together. Of his own investigations. Mr. Velvet, I hope you're going to explain how you knew what you just told me. I haven't got the most concrete sort of proof, officer, Nick said. I got what I did by talking to people. You can retrace the steps I took, and I think you'll come to the same conclusions. There were a few questions I had to answer since I came in with Mr. Fieldcrest, and he was supposed to pick up a set of rules from Mr. Beekman. Stretching the truth a bit, Nick thought would save hours of explanation. Who killed Don Beekman? Oh, we were supposed to answer the questions. Let's make sure we have answers to all those questions before we continue. Maybe someone read it. Okay, who strangled him? Why was he killed? Where are the papers? Who took them? Okay, we know the last two, right? We know that the co-designer took them. She hid them at the back of the caboose. Now, our theories here are, my theory is that the Providence game designer killed him to get rid of the competition so his board game would sell and not be overshadowed by the other one. That's my theory. You guys can get in your why he was killed. I guess if you believe that it's the co-designer, Brianna, you think he was killed because he stole her ideas. And if you believe it's Jill Campbell, that's the same thing as believe for the reason why it's Baroque, because they want the job or something. Right. Okay. All right, back to the solution. So he's lying about the stealing of the rules. He said, we were going to meet and give over the rules. Okay. Who killed Don Beekman, why, and where were the rules that were missing from Beekman's compartment? I found out where the rules were by talking to the conductor. He had been approached by a woman to hide something. I discovered that the woman was Brianna Harcourt. She told me that the rules were hidden in the last place I would look. Now, where's the last place on a train? Trooper shrugged. Beats me. The caboose. And they were there, under a cushion in one of the bench seats. Next, the murder. Here we go. A lot of people here had good reason to kill or at least do Don Beekman down. But more interestingly, there was a murder game going on here on the train. It was the purpose of the trip, and the murderer knew Beekman would be here. Everyone was assigned a different person to kill and a different weapon with which to accomplish the crime. Two people I spoke to, Len Sanders and Patrick Lloyd, both thought they had Don Beekman as their victim. Okay? So that we picked up on as central. Now look, it looks like we may have missed something. Two others had cords as their weapons. Okay. All so far so good. We spot all this. In fact, he was my assigned victim and the cord was my device, according to Jill Campbell, who was holding the master list. So far, we sort of picked up on all this. We picked up that it was weird that there were multiple cords. Weird that two people claim he had as a victim, but not on the list. In fact, he was my assigned victim, and the cord was my device, according to Jill Campbell, who was holding the master list. I suppose I was thinking we blamed Baroque because Campbell had a different list, but there could be a reason why Campbell forged the list. Okay. I never met Beekman. You can prove that by investigation. So in fact, who was the person who could manipulate the list to confuse the issue as to who was holding the appropriate weapon? Wallace Baroque, the organizer of the event. Even Jill Campbell, his assistant, was unaware of the changes he had made in the list. That's Anna and I locking in Baroque. Okay, but let's continue here. There has to be some more logic to this. But why? What was the reason for killing Don Beekman? Well, Kara McAfee could tell you. Playfair Games, Inc. was in danger of going under. The only thing that could save it was Don Beekman's game. Intact and right away. If the copy he brought with him was not available, any other copy would become part of his estate upon his death, to be held in probate until it was too late for Playfair. But that wasn't the only reason. Beekman had threatened Jill Campbell, Baroque's personal assistant, one he had nurtured and protected. Beekman had nearly destroyed all of Baroque's careful plans to help him take over Providence Games, which, with Playfair out of the way, would be nearly uncontested leader of the game industry. You see, it's rather simple, isn't it? So Wallace killed Beekman. Beekman was killed so that, with his effects, particularly the new game in probate, Playfair Games would go under. The papers were in the caboose where Brianna Harcourt hid them, and that is the end. Oh boy. All right. Well, I don't know what to say about that. So Anna and I were right, based entirely on the conclusion that it was Wallace Baroque who was the only person who could have modified these slips, or at least the most likely person to have modified the slips of paper. But why to do that? What is the explanation in this book? It was just the only concrete clue we could get our hands on. But, I mean, the motive is fine, so that his business would succeed and the other one wouldn't. But that's cartoonish, but even if you give that... but what... Everyone was trying a different person to kill and a different weapon. Two people both thought they had Beekman as their victim. The others had cords as their weapons. So, I mean, we had a little bit of inkling that maybe you assign 3 people cords to just make it harder to track down, but that's no good. That cannot be the logic. That is not a valid logic for planning a murder, to just randomize these slips to point to Beekman. That does not work. That does not make logical sense. No explanation for who the person was trying to meet in the engine car. No real explanation for what she's burning or why. No explanation for the liquid on the rope. Jonathan says, you said this was by a famous sci-fi writer. Yes. Jody Lynn Nye. You think she's going to remember this case she wrote 40 years ago? Not likely. But we could email her and see what she has to say. Or maybe she'll watch this. Even if you modify the slips, no one is going to choke someone with a cord and say it's part of a game. It's not like a fake pistol. Yeah, I don't really see what modifying those slips gets you. I really don't see what modifying the slips gets you. It probably makes you hard to isolate your target because now you've got 3 people going after him. Like, how does that help you? It would have made much more sense if you sort of modify the targets so that your murderer is free to access him. But that's not what happened, right? Like, was Wallace able to get at him because no one was, the person who normally would go after Wallace now doesn't? No, Beekman was supposed to kill Wallace. So it's not like you threw people off the trail. It's just throwing suspicion on others. Yes, we actually, okay, so that's a real stretch, but we did talk about that. Well, you know, if you could guarantee that they wouldn't have their slips with them when the police came, then you could imagine the police go and say, who is your victim? And you say, Beekman. And then you check with the secretary and she's like, nope, he's lying. That would make them suspicious. Although God help you if they kept their slip, because then the secretary would say, wait, you weren't supposed to get Beekman. Who prepared this slip? And then Wallace is in the crosshairs. So maybe maybe what was being burned were the slips, but then what's being burned in the engine room? It can't be the rope because Jill Campbell's not the murderer. No woman is the murderer. So it's not the rope that they're burning. What is the woman burning? I think you know what it is. It must be the woman who had, yeah, one of the women had a rope and she was afraid it was her rope that got used. And maybe she just panicked and burned it. Like it wasn't the actual murder weapon, but maybe she was afraid she was going to get blamed. So one of the people with the rope, right? 3 people got rope, which was, I thought, when I saw 3 people had rope, that's when I thought, oh, I figured something important out. Every other weapon is unique, but 3 ropes, someone's trying to create distractions. Yeah, so Harcourt did have a cord. So I think maybe, and so did McAfee. So maybe Harcourt was disposing the rope because she was afraid she'd get blamed. All right, well, that was pretty frustrating. That was pretty bad. I mean, first of all, the writing was okay. It was fun that it was almost all about talking to people. And then it was sort of like at some point it felt like, okay, first of all, it felt like, oh, we're just going to go to every place. There's no real logic for going one place or another. And so super boring. And then it felt like midway through, when we get to the end of this, we're going to know exactly what happened. So I had a little bit of hope there when we got to the end and we're like, we don't know. So then we were like, okay, there must be some good clues in here that we're overlooking. And we had a good moment. We had a window of time. We had a window of time when we found not 1, but 2 people claimed to have Beekman as their target when we knew from the list they shouldn't. That was exciting. That was when we thought, okay, maybe this really is going to have a solution. But boy, was that a letdown in the end that we really didn't get one. Didn't get a believable one. That's tough. Well, it's the only case in this expansion and in the main box that has that flavor of being in such a claustrophobic location. And it's the only one that seems like a gimmick, right? As was pointed out in the chat, this did feel like sort of an insider joke. Like if you were working for this game company, you decided as a LARF to create a game all about this company and their train games. So a lark. So I think probably very likely this is the worst case in all of these boxes. And we took a bullet. I still think we should play another Ellery Queen game set in New York City this week, but if that one's not substantially better than this, I think that's it for Ellery Queen. All right, what did you guys think? Any final thoughts there? We really didn't have good evidence against anyone here. We really didn't. It didn't even bother to tell us what the thing that they were burning. Weird. Very weird. All right, so Anna's confirming we are going to play another Ellery Queen this week, maybe early in the week, maybe Wednesday. We'll play one of the New York ones. We'll try to find one that's a little bit compelling and not jokey, something with a real crime. I didn't mind this character of Nick Velvet, like a thief. But yeah, we'll play the New York one and we'll be able to travel around New York City a bit. That's always fun. This one was pretty claustrophobic on that train. Although I really did think we were going to get a real mystery to solve it when we got to the end there. Any other thoughts? Boy, you guys really troopered through it. 6 hours. I'm amazed and impressed that you guys were able to stick around. I was getting a little on tilt there. I thought it was gonna be broken. I don't know what's worse, that it wasn't broken and just was a badly constructed mystery, or maybe it would have been better if there was some broken clues that we didn't get a chance to see. Final thoughts before we sign off? I think Jonathan is right. Jonathan says, ironically, it probably could have used more train flavor. I think you're right, Jonathan. Like, I think if you're gonna make a mystery game on a train, you need more train atmosphere, right? Like a feeling of like, how could someone escape? The feeling of having a time limit before the train gets to its destination, or something feeling more claustrophobic. But it's hard to make those locations anything but a list. Like, we knew we were going to go to every location in order. It's very odd, along those same lines, it's very odd that there was no element of, I saw you here, or you couldn't have gotten into this room without being seen, or these people were in this room together, so it couldn't have been them unless they're lying as a group. Like, I thought it was going to be a little bit more like that, yeah? Like, you know, you couldn't have gotten from the first train to the last train without being seen by this person. Okay, when next? Tuesday, Monday? And Drunk Tiger says, I thought the event was very anticlimactic. Yes, the event was just the conductor saying, hey, guys, hurry up, get to my office so I can tell you about this weird thing. Which was also weird that he could get bribed. And then he took a bribe, but he said he wouldn't hide stuff. That was weird. It was also a little weird that, I can't remember if she actually had this stuff to hide. As far as when we're going to play the next Ellery Queen game, it'll be early next week. I'm not sure exactly what day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll meet up on the Board Game Geek Guild section game queue thread for co-op for 2, and we'll figure out what works best for everyone. Maybe Tuesday or Wednesday would work best for me, but I'm flexible. I also think it's weird she just gave us a pun hint about where she hid the rules, like why, just for fun. Well, these are all gamers, so it's not crazy to think that they would all be having a little bit of fun. There were a couple humorous moments, right? The first one was the guy who's like, I was gonna ask her to marry me, but I'm gonna wait to find out whether she's a murderer first. And then he was more upset about missing the game. And then there's a couple elements like this. Anna says Monday could work. All right, well, I could take a break on Sunday and then go Monday. I'm not going to commit to Monday yet, but we'll talk. If Tuesday and Wednesday don't work, we'll definitely do Monday. Otherwise, maybe Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. All right, well, I feel a little bad that the case wasn't more satisfying with all that historical buildup. But maybe this will set the tone, set our expectations low, and we'll enjoy the next case. It was great having some new people join us today. If this doesn't turn you off completely from Ellery Queen and the next stream, maybe I'll see you then. And with that, we'll sign off. I'll see you next time. If you want to help decide what games to play, meet me at the Board Game Geek Guild section for this channel, which you can find on the community tab link on YouTube. And with that, I'll see you next time.